exactly what you're doing, yeah. Don't you? You pull me close, then create distance. Say you need space right after intimacy. Your body language say stay, but your pride won't let you mean it. And honestly, I've seen this type of love before. Late replies, mixed signals after midnight. You get vulnerable, then disappear by daylight. And I could play along like I don't recognize the pattern. But if I'm honest, girl, I'm tired of temporary passion. I know how this goes. You get scared when niggas.
Yeah, 2 a.m. energy. Windows cracked. City lights.
You don't gotta put your guard up, Turner, not with me. I can read your silence better than your speech. You've been through enough. I can tell by how you love. Halfway in, halfway ready to run. And every time we get somewhere, you turn distant, like you scared consistency might turn into commit. But I'm not these other dudes trying to chase attention from you. Girl, I like you best when you stop performing. Cause every time you relax, you start looking like home. And every time you pull away, I feel you want me closer. So why we do this dance like we don't already know? Why we keep moving careful when the vibe already grown? I don't wanna play no game. I done mastered those before. And you too fine, too rare for me to treat this like a score. You look at me different when the room get quiet. Lip gloss on the wine glass, playlist low in the background. You start telling truths you probably ain't tell nobody. That's the version of you I wish stayed around. Not the cool girl, not the I'm good man, not the detached energy you wear when feelings move fast. Just stay here a little longer. No defense tonight, no games tonight, just us.
Don't look at me like that tonight. Hotel curtains never open. Ashtray full on the nightstand. Your makeup on my sweatshirt still smell like your perfume. You say I'm hard to love, but you keep coming back here. Yeah. 2:47 in the morning, and we both know what that means. Dim lights, gold bottles, your silhouette and blue smoke. You touch me like you miss me, but your eyes somewhere else though. I stop asking questions, truth just ruined the moment. And honestly, I got used to disappointment. You only love me when the city asleep, when your feelings get weak and your pride don't speak. Static in the air tonight, tension when you hold me close. You say you done with it, and whisper that you need me more. And I know this type of love, temporary but it did. Girl, your body like a drug, and my loneliness is symptom. Yeah, windows fog in the blacked out range. Your friends say I changed, maybe they right. I've been moving like the night don't end. Too many girls still thinking about one. Your lipstick still on my glass. You still text when you off that Casamigos, saying you hate when I go cold. But you the reason I got numb. We keep killing something beautiful just to feel control. Just to feel control. And every time you leave a little less of your soul. Static every time you touch. 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 Static every time you touch.
Welcome to Player Talk Radio with DJ Kuda, the hottest DJ in the manosphere. Let's get it.
Yeah. Only call when the city is asleep. Slide through energy. You hit my phone like, are you awake right now? Already knowing I'ma pull up, no questions asked. Yeah. Dim lights, TV glow in your apartment. We don't even talk much anymore. Still somehow we started. You say you miss me, then you kiss me different like you already know. This love got an expiration, and I hate how you look at me like you know I still fold every single time. 2:13 in the morning, you got my hoodie on again, acting like we more than what we are. Then
disappear by the weekend. And I keep falling back in, even when I know better. Your body and your silence probably go together, yeah. Oh. Started. You say you miss me, then you kiss me different, like you already know. This love got an expiration, and I hate how you look at me, like you know I still fall every single time. Ooh. 2:13 in the morning, you got my hoodie on again, acting like we more than what we are, then disappear by the weekend. And I keep falling back in, even when I know better. Your body and your silence probably go together. Your friends probably think I ain't serious, maybe they right, but you still call me when your world get quiet at night. Candles burning, playlist slow, your head on my chest, but your heart don't lift it no more. Still, I stay.
You're now listening to Player Talk Radio. Woo! With the coolest DJ in the manosphere. Let's go! DJ Kuda. Let's go. Let's go.
And she said, you can be anything you want, so why you never be yourself? I'm missing a wedding ring, and if it will happen, only time can tell. She used to be everything he wants, but right now it seems it's fading. But you can do anything you want, just meet me at this location. Out there we sitting waiting, no need to get impatient. She half Haitian, half Asian, conversation like a vacation, blast off like Carl Sagan. Do you know what I'm saying? She said, boy, I ain't playing. I need that real thing, something I can feel that we can do in anything. Only if you are, only if you are. Looking on the late nights, I really get stage fright. I've been living that nightlife, but only if you are. Only if you are, only if you are. Told her leave homes alone, but I ain't gon' dirty Mac. You a good girl and he trippin', and we know that's fact. You know where we be at. I've been on the east side with petty crimes and slip and slides. I'ma let this beat ride. I like my chicken deep fried. I'd rather be chillin' beachside. Let's grab a couple beers. You can meet me at the pool hall. She thick under her dress, dog. Please don't let her size fool y'all. And although she's a sight to see, let me tell you what she said to me. I'ma need a real thing, something I can feel thing. We can do anything. Only if you were, only if you were. Lurking on the late nights, I really get stage fright. I've been living that nightlife, but only if you were. Only if you were, only if you were.
What's going on? Shout outs to everybody in the building. This Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Good to see everybody here. Shout outs to Evron in the building. What's going on, player? As always. Please, y'all, hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show on the way in. All right. Shout outs to the cynical one in the building.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Shout outs to Bronze Flat Power God. Let's go. Huge shout outs to UFO Kamikaze. Yeah, we here. Give me 1 second. It's Player Talk Radio. All right, so we in the building, so much stuff to talk about on today's show. We gonna be chilling. Give me 1 second. Gotta let me turn on these damn features and shit like that. I kind of got everything jumbled in my studio today, but we putting the show together, so all right, this should be a little bit better. All right, good to see everybody here. We are in the building. Got to put my shit in studio mode. You dig? All right. So what's going on? Shout outs to everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. Man, just in the building, chilling, man. I see a lot of people responding to, responding and reacting to this NatureBoy thing on Hulu, and they're mad. They're fucking mad. You know what I'm saying? They're angry. They're mad. As you guys know, I was in the NatureBoy, the whole NatureBoy series. I was there from the beginning. When he first got to shit. Actually, I knew a little bit about him before he got on the plane and left. I just didn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I didn't care. So, one of my girls that I didn't she wasn't like my girl. She wasn't my girlfriend. But if y'all know me, y'all know I had a thing for, and I still do. I had a thing for bohos. I used to go after bohemian girls. I used to go after, bohemian women. Those free flower, Erykah Badu, herbal tea type girls. Oh yeah, the particular type of pro black. So I used to try to conquer those type of girls for fun, and conquered a bunch of them. Not conquered, but end up getting a bunch of them. But them girls are the worst. They feminists. Them bitches are the worst. Them girls are the worst. They're not even deep. Most of them, some of them are artsy fartsy, but a lot of them aren't even deep. They're just high, not really. They don't really be doing shit, they just be high. That's really it, But hit the like button, support the show, y'all. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. The thing about it is, they be always trying to be naked and show their titties. That's kind of like an ongoing joke. They always, sisters now, a lot of the sisters now, they have acclimated. Like now, if you look at a black woman for too long, you're going to get some type of a peep show, especially on social media. So, things have changed, honestly, since 10 years ago, real talk. I bet I need to get some water. But yeah, let me do this. So things have changed. I used to deal with this, but not sexually or anything like that. This is my homegirl. I used to chop it up with a young lady named Sage Queen, and I think it was on her second channel, and I still remember the story like it was yesterday, you know. And I was the same way. I was on some player shit, but I also too, you know, was you know, I was in the pro, like a lot of guys here. I was in the pro black sectors, but I wasn't like in them as like not necessarily participating, but I knew of the people. I was familiar with their works, you know. I heard of, you know, and just I knew a lot of the people, you know. It's just some East Coast shit. DC has a big Afro, you know. DC has a big underground like Afro centricity. Like DC has like a huge Afrocentric vibe to it. You know, if anybody know anything about Chocolate City and everything, you know, it's really underground, to tell you the truth. You just have to be tapped in to be tapped in. You know, DC is still considered East Coast. You know, a lot of people, when they say East Coast, they either mean like Jersey or New York. And DC's in the fray too, but, you know, it has its own different roots. Hence go-go music and stuff like that. Hold on, what is going on? Oh my God, nigga. Hey, something is seriously off with you, man. NatureBoy Swatkins, man. You know, hey, look. And around this time too, I was pushing Hidden Colors. You know, I think Tariq and Tommy was probably beefing around this time, or this was right before that. You know, I think this probably was like around the Zoe Williams, you know, thing. What's going on, Dolomite? Yeah, I didn't watch that shit. I already knew what it was. The reason why I stepped away from the NatureBoy, long story short, the reason why I stepped away from the NatureBoy shit was because too many niggas was in on it, and we could have stopped it, honestly, because it was 3 guys. It was me, it was Digital Pit Boss, and it was Black Ink. And if y'all are in the NatureBoy series, or you know, y'all probably know him as Uncle Black. That's how late to the party people were, you know. But it was me, it was Digital Pit Boss, and people didn't know stuff that they know about him now. That documentary, that like, the reason why people, that interview that he did when he was talking about his son, and touching body parts and the sex and all that other shit, that was from an interview that we did with him. That was over on Digital Pit Boss's show, and it was Black Ink that was interviewing him. Black Ink was doing a lot of like dissertations and breakdowns and reads and stuff like that, you know. And it's like, you know, you know, he knew what Black Ink was doing. You know, nobody was getting exclusive interviews with NatureBoy. People didn't even really about him, you know, at this point. No, people didn't really. Yeah, if you were in the country, yeah, you know, but a lot of, even the conscious people, they didn't really care until it started getting a little bit of traction. You know, because they weren't leaving anyway. Them niggas got Egypt tattooed on them and never been to Egypt. You know? They got all kinds of Egyptian shit tattooed on. All of them now are FBAs, and Egyptians are tethers now. It's actually funny. It's actually funny. Niggas used to walk around with onks and shit. Like now they don't know what the hell that shit is. But anyway, Black Ink was the one that got that information out of him. And it's funny because he declined to do part 3. It's funny. I was supposed to actually be in on so much stuff was happening. I was supposed to be in on that panel with NatureBoy because I debated NatureBoy back in the day. I had a big debate with NatureBoy back in the day. I debated him like 2-3 times, you know. But I can't see through fucking 10 years back of shit. Actually, I can. I know where the skeletons are. You know, I know exactly where the skeletons are. But that was our interview. It was Black Ink, Digital Pit Boss, and myself, and he revealed that on the second interview because he opened up to Black Ink, you know, which was an older guy. And Black Ink, you know, Black Ink was cold, bro. Like he you know, he talked about Father Yod. I didn't know. I said as soon as I said something. Hold on, y'all. I said as soon as I said something about Father Yod, I said YouTube gonna pull the plug. And as soon as I said something about Father, I had to go out and come back in. Hold on. Why sisters, y'all? Yeah, I said as soon as I mentioned Father Yod, out of here. I talked about Father Yod documentary. You know, as soon as I talked about Father Yod, I think was the one that told me about Father. And you know, we were doing big breakdowns of this NatureBoy stuff. You know, I went into a break the pan syndrome. You know, about how you know, people, they just want it's escapism. They want to run off and stuff like that. You know, those women were leaving kids. I talked and predict about what would happen if kids start getting into the mix, and lo and behold, everything I said that was going to happen in Eligio, it happened. There's actually a kid that died over there.
What's the matter, Daddy? What's the matter, Daddy?
Mama Dia died too.
What's the matter, Daddy?
She was on the B1 diet. Or B6 diet, B something. I think it was the B something diet. He made her stop taking her medicine and stuff like that, and she passed away. And her jewelry was missing. I'm not watching that goofy ass Hulu shit. I need to come. No disrespect to World News or Just T or shout outs to my bro Marwan. Let me see if Marwan says something about this. I got something. Jaguar Wright said something. I'm like, God damn, she everywhere. And I like too, but shit. Hold on, y'all. Shout outs to Miss V. Ms. V went back 4 years ago and saw that video. I said, I'm not in the Hulu documentary, and I laughed. And she started laughing. Shout outs to Ms. V. Shout outs to Ms. V ×3. Oh my God. How much things I gotta build and not get credit for? God damn, it's just hold on, y'all. I don't even be looking for it, but I'm like, damn, nobody just gonna tell the truth. Okay. Well, fuck. Take this from people that got thrown under the bus for telling the truth. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. What does Marwan call himself today? I don't think his mind over matter. Let me see. Marwan Tomodachi. There's a bunch of people that came in and start, you know. Shout outs to I say Divine. I know she done changed her name. Shout outs to Jazzy G. All the people that was there back in the day. Fundy Fee. Shout outs to I keep forgetting her name, but DeHarvid, Sika. Shout outs to shit, shout outs to CD Fury. I can show y'all the funniest video on NatureBoy, bro. Okay, yeah, he still got Mind Over Matter TV. Okay. Let's see about this document. He got a he put something up 7 days ago. It came out 8 days ago, and I looked at it a little bit. I said, man, I guess they trying to I guess they try to you know, this the girl book they were making fun of. Okay. I guess they tried to you know, what was I about to say? I forgot what I was about to say. Fuck it. Hold on. I'm looking at a bunch of stuff now. I'm actually about to share this first. I think I actually do remember Jaguar right. Dang, Marwan got all the receipts on his page too. He's still covering it. I had to step away from this shit. All right, let me do this real quick. I'm gonna show y'all where the bones are hidden. This is an exclusive. Exclusive, baby. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Shout out to Seti Nash. Hold on. Shout outs to Justin T and World and all the other people, but you know, there was a generation before that generation that passed it on to that generation. We could have stopped NatureBoy. We actually tried to stop. But it was just too much going on, man. I can't find black ink. And Digital Pit Boss, I'm gonna show y'all where the bones are hidden. If y'all really want to know. Netflix, not even Netflix, Hulu. Fucking Hulu had that big ass. Them niggas pocket that money. I knew they had to pocket that money. Them niggas did their research. And after time, they were using content from the internet. No way in hell them niggas did their research. Mind Over Matter TV, Marwan Tomodachi. They were going in on this girl's book, but they said somebody did go to. I kind of remember this guy. They said that he mysteriously passed away in Canada. You know, he had a bunch of he knew a lot of secrets. So they said. Let me see if Marwan talks about it. And they couldn't. I was seeing. I'll show y'all because Jaguar Wright tried to break down who was on the cover of the documentary, and I think that's Key. I don't think that's not Solar. It's either Key or Tron, but I think it's Key. Now, if y'all don't know, he was the guy that he gave NatureBoy like more than 300K. He gave NatureBoy like 300K. You dig? And NatureBoy, he was also backed by another Glacier guy. And he got like another maybe 100 grand or maybe a little bit more than that from him. You know, aside from the other, you know, people was, you know, sending NatureBoy money. And he I can't even tell you what that white dude, the videos I done seen. But yeah, NatureBoy was quote unquote gay for pay. Wolf didn't get that out. Not Wolf. Ink. Shout outs to Black Wolf. But no, Black Ink didn't get that out of him until later. You know, that didn't come until a little bit later. Because I interviewed a young man that goes by the name of Kino that was out there. And I asked Kino, you know, Kino ended up being gay. You know, I didn't know. Kino revealed that to me on my show back in the day. And asking him, because I'm like, well, they saying, you know, fruity. You know, no problem with that. But did you, what's going on? Brother is. Brother. Hey. But nah, I mean, you know, Kino didn't UFO says highly influential pastors across the country are coming forward saying they've been briefed by the government members prepared to deliver sermons. Many might not be ready to hear or accept, right? Well, you know, I mean, the church is social media. I've been helping men for years, you know, recognized or unrecognized. You know, I've been helping men for years, and it's like niggas would rather run the social media than the church. It's easier. You understand what I'm saying? This is the point, take balls to run to the church. But then again, it really doesn't, because that shit a gimmick too. So, you know, it's like, you know. Because then y'all will run the church and then y'all have to run back to social media. And it's like, well, you finally figured out, you know. We'll tell y'all the truth about some of the churches, you know. That's why you got to find a real church that's dead ass serious. You know. Shout out to my brother Dante Coleman, man. Work recently about, I did an audio book about two pastors, you know. Hopefully he approves it. All right. But please hit the like button. Definitely playing the game of catch up with YouTube and you know, please be heavy. But yeah, you know, and YouTube got my ass up out of here. Played that Father Yah for you. It's the Peter Pan effect. You know, a lot of people, you know, the Passport Bros went through it also. You know, they want to lead effect. NatureBoy was taking bitches to London, you know? And rest in peace to my brother Todd, you know. his wife was about, you know, I was saving bitches from over there. I was saving step away from it, man. Too many people, it just got muddy up. It's the same thing with the manosphere. Too many people was sounding like us, and it's like they were getting the information wrong, and they were trying to build a channel more so than, you know, they didn't give a damn about it. I know Black Ink stuck around for a little bit, and, you know, they kind of try to siphon information from him and then try to kick him out. Black people be black people in, man. And then in a weird way, because, you know, I can't even begin to tell y'all how crazy this be there. I felt bad for NatureBoy. Because after a while, a lot of shit just started happening. And I'm like, damn, dog. A lot of shit was out of his control. If y'all wasn't there, you wasn't there, man. But let me see what Marwan is saying real quick. I got a lot of stuff to show. Let's get it.
Good evening.
And then rest in peace to EJ, because we were there from the beginning. Rest in peace to EJ, aka Velvet, and her dad. Now, she was on Real Live Street Stars, so I guess this is how Jaguar Wright got roped into it again, because that's, you know, Jaguar Wright's, you know, spot. You know, Jaguar is like his boosie. She was up there lying her ass off. She was lying her ass off. I said, oh, this bitch a demon for real. Her dad came out there trying to rescue her. She put him through some bullshit. And her father, I found out a couple months ago, her father passed. I said, damn. You know, damn. Let's go.
Shout out to Arona Bullshit.
What is this?
Sid 519, Tiana B, Cruella Angel.
Hold on. Yeah, and I stopped. And then you know, I ain't gonna lie, I'm
Inundated
thoroughly
with
annoyed.
commentary and questions about.
I'm thoroughly annoyed by the conscious community. You know, even the manosphere fell back for some shit that we already trailblazed and got past me. But there was a guy over there, I think this is who he's talking about, that went to Canada and he passed away. So, you know, there's parts of the story that I need to be filled in on too. I wasn't chasing clouds.
That's what she should have done before in the first place. Minded her business. Right? That's what we were telling her, mind your business.
You know,
she wanted to mind the business of NatureBoy.
fuck. I don't know what the hell is going on. I'm trying to do this. All right, let's get it.
It's when. This is what mind her business. This is what she should in the beginning, right?
So I guess a lot of these guys are going against EJ. And it was about 2 years. You
with Carbonation.
You come and died from Carbonation because you were charged. You were the queen. I've had women from over that was telling me like she's very territorial. She flashed her pussy at the Oh God, I around by the time they told me that I was dead already, bro. She was in charge. She was. I know she got to clean her hands, but she was a part of that shit. Was on her watch too. I didn't know it was a territorial thing for other women to flash their coochie at each other. It made sense. I was like, that's actually kind of fun. It's a barbaric, you know. I was like, I knew there was a thing about coochie print.
Bust all in there.
Shit. Makes sense. Like I said, you stare at us at a peep show. I get it.
Just got busy with another Carbonation member, and you might be having another Carbonation-related baby.
This is what I'm trying to read it. She said, EJ says, why is everybody coming to me about who died from carbonation? Honestly, I don't give a fuck. Damn. Everybody reaps what they sow. That's how life works. I think it says, I ain't know nor care about what these people do with their lives. I'm minding my business. Death and destruction don't exist in my life. Only when carbonation is associated. So block and delete. Anything from my past is blocked, never to return.
Solar.
That's the thing, man. When the house is burning and the house goes down, the pimp goes down, and the hoes and the people that damn near was the cause of the shit going down, for real. Hate to say it. They get set free. You know, it's like the free crime, you know. Bottom bitch way more dangerous than the pimp. Get the ride on his back, and then when the police come, she get to be the victim. People that be over there is like, yo, she did something to me too. Get that motherfucker. Nope. Justice never gets served, to tell you the truth. A lot of times it's an opinion. Stay woke.
Of course, you understand death and destruction because you understand life and creation.
Therefore, and after it.
What is this she's talking about? Everyone reaps what they sow. That's how now you're going to test life works. We're telling you to get out of that disgusting cult. You think you can tell us how life's...
He's an original. All right?
You see how funny that is, Akasha? I'm minding my business. Since when? This is what she should have done from the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. Minded her business. This is what she should have done from the beginning, right, ladies and gentlemen? Minded her business. That's what she should have done before in the first place. Mind her business, right? That's what we were telling her, mind your business. But she wanted to mind the business of carbonation. She wanted the business of NatureBoy. And they did that for years, y'all. And I'm talking about years, you know. And she was sort of the mother, right? She was like the queen bee.
Patriarch.
Over loyal. You know, you would think she would sort of regret, again, having had that experience, but they shared time and space. You know, I haven't heard anything, and she could have left it at that. I haven't heard anything. She should know why people are asking. She could just I haven't heard anything. You know, I understand why you're
Give me 1
asking.
second,
I haven't
guys.
heard anything. It's pretty much required, you know. But Loyal is the guy who ended up being disloyal, right, to Nature Boy in the end. And I think he's the one who turned over the computers, all the passwords, all the cushion,
And then he ends up-
everything, the hard drives, and the Loyal came through, you know, shortly before he died, you know. His life leading up to his death was patient. It says on the obituary, you know, love is what the answer is, and love is understanding and all that good stuff. Y'all know how Carbonation used to rock. He believed that stuff wholeheartedly, sort of like a hoe. It was wholeheartedly. He was sort of a hoe for Nature Boy, wholeheartedly following Nature Boy, like a bunch of hoes in the heart, like, you know. And so it's difficult for Velvet, who experienced this thing, worshiping someone like Nature Boy online. That's going to follow her for a while. She's always going to be remembered of Carbonation. So that's her cold response to Loyal's.
I mean, they were never a match, though. Honestly, to tell you the truth, you know, I got first wife took from him, which is Nature Girl Yaya, and that's why he stopped doing videos out in the open. That he had to walk off and go in a different room in a different part of the compound and listen to you know, videos, and you know, he was stealing from other people too, you know, the Harvard and stuff like that. There was lesbian women there, you know, and there was lesbians there, you know. The Harvard had her girlfriend there, and the guy that he was with, I keep forgetting his name. I think his name Phoenix. Reason why he got kicked out of the first compound was because he fondled his wife, actually. But it was at one point Nature Boy was going crazy. He was taking everybody, bitch. That shit was funny. And EJ, I don't think this is true, but you know, some stuff I gotta get re-jolted back on because it's a long time ago. But she was with the guy named Olmec. And this is when the guys, because the guys, they weren't being really seen with the women, you know. The other guys didn't get the women. The only guy that you saw with the women was Nature Boy. You know, so he started taking everybody's women, you know, and then after a while he started assigning women to certain, you know, home somehow. I think he one of those broads. There was a lot of broads that ended up going out there, but EJ was with Olmec. And she was with another young dude. I forgot his name also. They look like, you know, teenagers. They look like kids there. You know, I ain't gonna lie. EJ has some saggy hair. You know, but anyway. They got into an incident in, I think it was Costa Rica. I forget which country it was, but they end up getting dragged out of this van, and Olmec got punched in the eye. Nature Boy ran. So much stuff happened, bro. Y'all had to be there. Like, I can't even begin to tell you all the stuff that happened, bro. It was a soap opera, bro. I swear, it was one of the greatest stories ever told. You know, it's funny because Nature Boy is still in prison going live from jail. I know he having a blast in prison. Y'all keep sending niggas to Disney World and shit. Like, I don't get it. You know, y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Trying to find my thing real quick. But anyway, you know, she was supposed to stay with him, and she went off with the chief, you know, and you had Nature Girl Fury, you know, and there was another one. He had a couple of other women, but you know, I knew the problems was gonna happen once kids start getting involved, you know. He did, because he ran away from his kid, you know. Fabio, what's going on, man? Bro, I gotta pop my card. I gotta pop my card back into my main phone, bro. I don't have any of my WhatsApp contacts. I didn't know the numbers follow the card. What's good, man? I said I gotta reach out to you. I tried reaching out to you on Upwork, but that shit didn't work. You know, shout outs to you. But yeah, you know, so it was just a lot of stuff going on. And when NatureBoy took EJ from Olmec, it made her, I guess, his quote unquote wife. Olmec ended up staying there for a while, but I guess he didn't, you know, I guess he didn't feel like he was No, I'm alive, man. I've been working, man. I've been working. Dude, I've been working. Let's start. Man, you got to Da Nang before me? God damn. I'm gonna be out there soon. Stuff just started picking up for me. Can you believe it? Stuff just started slightly picking up for me, man. So hopefully, if everything goes well this week or this weekend, I'm like 2 chess moves from, yeah, man. Let me know if Mia's still out there, if you ran into her. You know, I was supposed to, I don't have any of my contacts. I gotta put my SIM card back in my phone, because it's in a phone that's like not dead, but the battery's always off. I don't even use it. I try to switch my number, but anyway, when he EJ, Nature Girl, what you call it, Eliana, I got you, Fabio. I gotta get my I got you. I gotta reach out to you on WhatsApp. But when he took EJ from Olmec at this point, Yada, if y'all know Yada, the same Yada here that y'all know, that's been simping for ever since I known him. He had a compound. You know, Yada had a compound. And that's where Olmec went, you know, and he went out there and he was like spray painting and doing art and stuff out there. So it was I guess it was a less hostile environment than with NatureBoy and stuff. And then guess what? Olmec ended up going back to the States and catching a DV charge with some other woman. So, you know, and it seemed like stuff was looking up for Olmec out there. You know, Yada had like a comparable thing to NatureBoy, but Yada was actually, you know, NatureBoy was spending money and stuff like that. He was, you know, using Airbnbs and things of that sort. So, you know, about like almost 10 years ago, a little bit, or just about 10 years ago, NatureBoy was stealing everybody's stuff. You know, he had to kind of justify some of the stuff that he was talking about. And it's convincing. I mean, people listen to you long enough, you can convince somebody of anything, especially around that time in social media where things were niche, you know. So one of the girls that I was dealing with, you know, it was like 10 years ago. It was on Facebook, and she was like, I can't believe he said that, or blah blah blah. Like she was crying or something, and I was like, you know, I was like, man, what's going on, Dusty? I was like, you know, who are you talking about? And she was like, NatureBoy, and I'm like, nigga, Ric Flair, you know, like NatureBoy. And she was like, no, NatureBoy. And then I went to go look up NatureBoy, and it was a dude standing in the, you know, jungle in a loincloth. You know, and he had some broads with him. I didn't think it was the same guy that was in New York. You know, I kind of was familiar with him, but then again, I wasn't. You know, because he wasn't like a main feature on Sonetta's show. And they were trying to, lure him, but, you know, Young Pharaoh just gave him a ride. Or he gave Young Pharaoh a ride, or either or. You know, that's kind of how they got, you know, kind of in cahoots with each other. But, yeah, you know, it is what it is, you know. Young Pharaoh didn't jump on the bandwagon until a little bit later, because I guess he didn't want to speak on something was going on there, too. You know, but so many women were... Because that's what NatureBoy did. It wasn't even about like abandoning your family or anything like that. He would just convince you to look. Everything, you know, and listen, a lot of people feel this way. A lot of people just want to say, fuck it, you know? Like, real talk. A lot of people just want to say, fuck it. Man, I'm out. You know? RT. Real talk. A lot of people just want to say, fuck it, you know, and just go wherever the hell they want to go and leave, you know, quote unquote, responsibilities behind. If it is responsible, you know. Shout outs to New in the building. Good to see you, bro. As always, man. I hope all is well. I need to email you back too, man. So much stuff been going on, man. So behind, y'all. I even said too on the last show, I got to reach out to Fabio. That's hilarious. But no, Yada, even though Yada wasn't any better, all them Hotep niggas, man, them niggas are violent, man. They're violent simps. Women learned a real simp lesson from dating Hotep dudes. Them niggas will beat the hell out of God. Their God. All right, that's what's up. That's what's up, New. I hope it was productive. Yeah, Yada, he was chucking dumbbells at his other wife. So I didn't know a guy that was in the group, that he knew a lot. I mean, these are dudes back in the day that if you were to approach them about this NatureBoy shit, they'll curse you the fuck out. Even though I was getting cursed out in my damn comment section. Some of these comments didn't age well. Now here's my first channel. I had to do what I had to do with this channel. Leave it. This is a secondary channel. If y'all didn't know, this is my first channel. Well, not my first channel, but this is my baby. And we finally got to 2.1k subs there. So people be trying to, man, cool if you want to grow on YouTube. Like, nigga, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Ain't shit about YouTube, you can tell me. Now this is the original Player Talk radio channel. This channel was a backup channel. This was supposed to be Player Talk TV, which it was for a very long time. Still is, This is supposed to be the radio channel. This channel is supposed to be the channel that y'all are on right now is supposed to be the visuals intended, right? These are old shows, you know, from the original Player Talk Radio. Because I was on, where was I at? Obsidian was over there too. I was on Blog Talk Radio. I was on Ustream. And I forgot that other website in this pink. I forgot, but I was over there too. You know, this dude's from DC, which is hilarious. But these are all old Player Talk Radio episodes that got reloaded up onto YouTube as pre-records. Okay? And you see some of it still talking about black love. This is when Trump first, you know what I'm saying, became the president. And I was playing Starboy. I kind of remember that. I kind of remember little instances where I broke things live on air, you know? See, I'm talking about game. This is 9 years ago, y'all. So people like, man, when he started talking about game, that's when... No, I've been talking about game. Talked about missing children in the district and stuff like that. Definitely was in the community moving around. A lot of this stuff. And then this is me going in on Yada, the first Yada critique and stuff like that. And it all aged well. You know? LeBron steroid use pre-show and stuff. We're talking about a lot of stuff. Damn. America bombed Syria. You know, look. I even got some shows with my brother. My player partner. We were talking about Sinful back in the day too. You know, he really put Sinful on my radar. That's my boy Walt 300. I need to catch up with Walt, see what he up to. Listen, look at this. Millennials and dating today. Boy, that's why when I talk my shit, bro, that shit is righteous, bro. I put the footwork out there. I put the footwork in. This is around the time when I reintroduced the word hypergamy. Honestly. Now, y'all know Ken Brisbane? Oh, yeah. Interviewed him more than 2 years ago. This is 10 years ago. This is Ken Brisbane right here. He changed his name, though. Y'all know now. But, yeah, you know, I was talking player shit with Ken Brisbane back in the day. You know? And this is the boy critique. You know, but this right here is and this is the one that got re-uploaded. This is where it actually started. Right here, these two shows with the two eyeballs. I had to cut the show in half. You know, BTY Youngin, people that forgot about him. Sunday game for the players. LGBT games, you know, NatureBoy was playing games too, so I had to interview people that was over there. Keno was talking about how NatureBoy used to listen to my videos. He said me, and it was a couple of other people. Because after in seeding people back in the day, that if you hear this, you will hear something different than what he hears, and he had to stop playing my videos around people. This is where a lot of it started. Y'all go look at some of these old videos. 3.K views 9 years ago. This is where he had Nature Girl Yaya. He had this white lady over there from Canada. And they did a documentary on him back then because they went looking for her. He had another glacier guy over there named Snow. So this is Keno. I was the first person to have inside scoop of what was going on over there. I interviewed NatureBoy Keno, and this is when he first got back to the show. And I did 4 parts. All right, damn near 4 hours worth of, 3-4 hours worth of game. Back then, this is unheard of. And then this is when he had a debate with King Noble, and then I debated him from Reflections to Homie. This is when Black Ink and I started linking up. Black Ink and Digital Pitball started breaking down some of my videos. And yeah, you know, because I got NatureBoy out of character. I got him to call me Homie instead of Reflection. All right. And it's funny because I was just talking about this, and this is where the male romper epidemic came out, man. I remember almost 10 years ago, y'all niggas were trying to wear rompers. And then around this time, I was already busy, and we got Nature Girl Yaya. Damn, what the fuck, YouTube? Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to piece this together for the ones that come to find this video on the back end. I know y'all don't give a fuck. I put in so much work in the quote unquote black community. I just want somebody to jump out there. But yeah, this is when you know, we plucked Nature Girl Yaya away from there. You know, she was already thinking about a lot of stuff, and just the pressure we were applying at the time. Yeah, you dig? We plucked Nature Girl Yaya from up out of there. She ended up getting married. She married some fat dude, you know, but congrats to her. But she missing throughout this whole ordeal, you know. More than 10 years ago, I'm talking about some of the intricacies of male and female problems. And this is when the T.I. and Mayweather thing, I think, was happening. All right. This is back in the day. Look, everybody using the talking points now. Back in the day, look, the woman's secret relationship with snakes and flawed consciousness. I talked about Eve in the Garden of Eden. You know, this little string of shows right here were legendary. Shout outs to God Body Jones. You dig? Definitely interviewed him on the show. I used to do a lot more interviews, but these episodes, simp busting, and Derek Jackson, I ain't gonna lie, he won all of my simp busting segments. Debunking feminist logic, reviewing 36 questions. Let me see, 36 questions to hack a woman's mind. The Sasha Fierce complex is when I was giving y'all a game about the internet and, you know, urban socialites. Father's Day show, hoe busting, building attraction. Some of these shows, I leave them to go over them later. You know, harsh game for models, rappers, and entrepreneurs. Definitely talking about the internet economy. Philando Castile situation. And these shows, I broke down the model to attract women and how it works and what you're doing, and actually give you guys a compass. So when I learned how to attract, when I really applied myself, like these days I don't give a fuck. Actually, I haven't given a fuck for a long time. Honestly, it's real shit. I talk about approaching. I talk about, you know, attraction, and then I talk about qualifications. You know. So some of these shows at the end of the show or mid show, I get into qualification. I pick back up, you know, where you know, things left off. And damn, this is in 2017, you know, damn, my brother Mike died that long ago. I had a brother named Mike. You know, he passed away. This was a fucked up year for me. And my other brother, Roy St. Clair, he was the number 3 guy with Yu-Gi-Oh cards. He passed away. I found out late then too. Now, this is the girl that I'm connected with through Locario, Destiny. I interviewed the confident hoe. Don't ask. All right, you did? All right, interviewed the confident hoe. You know, I was talking about the 444 album here, Jay-Z, The Truth About Infidelity, Relationships, and Men. Sunday's Game and the glitch in both sexes. I talk about different glitches that, you know, occurs in both sexes. These are gems here. You know. I talked about the starter hoe article. This is I did better shows on it though. This is where I slightly broke down Ron Will's get a starter chick and I twisted into a starter hoe. Been doing this for a long time, y'all. I'm like, damn. You know, you don't have to believe me. The Bobby Valentino situation, I'm pretty sure and these shows are hilarious, bro. Talkative women plus stress, the fence sitting women. Talked about that. You know, a lot of these shows, before the Madonna horror complex, intricacies of OnlyFans, today's world and the dating, Madonna horror complex. Damn, OnlyFans been out for almost 10 years. Or never mind. I think this is intricacies of today's world. I don't know. Maybe I gotta listen to it. Simplistic Simpin' Thursday Game. Tuesday show, how there's no real handbook to dating today. Laying the footwork of some of these talking points and stuff that y'all know today. Columbus Day Game. I got a Estebanico right here, the more. Talking about this stuff back in the day. The internet and the communication gap in dating. Got books on this now. Andrika K. Who is Andrika K? Interesting. YouTube playing games now, man. Trying to put y'all on. The old NatureBoy shows, I gotta listen to some of these shows because I've been dropping information about it throughout the years. You know, and this is when I found out that my girl Nakia died. You know. I can't play some of these. I gotta break down these shows on Rumble, cause you know a lot of these shows got music on, you know, and I'm DJing music on some of these shows from back in the day. Now, I don't know why these aren't showing up. All my study series are fire. Study 1, Study 2, Study 3. Let me see. Bill Cosby. Dog. Man, my contributions to this shit is ridiculous. Some of these shows you just had. It's like a flash. It's like a time capsule. You know, look at all these, bro. These NatureBoy shows, I really gassed up after a while. Study 1 is good. Study 2 is good. All the studies are good. Study 4, Hump Day Show, Friday Show, Cold Game, OJ Simpson edition. Study 5, Study 6, Study 7. NatureBoy, Tahuti takes, because he started calling himself Tahuti. Tahuti takes EJ from Olmec. You did? Yeah, I got to do it on Rumble, man. Got to do it on Rumble. Y'all going to be like, damn, bro, you were talking about that then? It's futuristic, man. Part 2, NatureBoy taking Tahuti from EJ. Let's go look at the comment section of some of these shows real quick. All right. Hey, look. Bruh. Notice she don't look the same. It's the same girl. Live street stars lying her ass off. Yeah, people started getting fucking rude. You know, starts at 18 minutes. Okay. Talking about some get straight to the story next time, please. Fuck you. Why don't you go cover it? He said it's funny how I can immediately tell when a YouTuber from the West Coast. We the illest. We the realest. You know? Yeah, some people, there was like, you know, and they didn't know what the hell they were talking about anyway. They just wanted to see a soap opera. You dig? You know, all these people mad. Don't even know what the hell she's talking about. He said, laugh out loud, bruh. She was the baddest one. She really wasn't. But maybe, I think, because a lot of women left. You know? See? I'm new to the drama. I need the timestamps. This is when timestamps really start coming onto YouTube. Talk about some get to the good stuff already. See, people just they don't even, I don't know, because I don't know. This shit turned into a soap opera, so I can't even blame the audience neither too. At that time. You know. So we had some technical difficulties, man. All right, so these were all chopped up episodes from Player Talk Radio. Let's see. I completely understand you. I agree. You can talk about some. I tried to give this young king a chance. Some of the worst people on YouTube, especially around this time, were people that were associated to the conscious community. That's exactly why I stepped away, because they had the worst audience, honestly. Because niggas will curse you out and then be wrong as hell 2 days later and not say sorry. All people, I mean, it's not even about no damn sorry. All people want to do is want to argue. These are all deep dives. See, this guy, he's a little bit late to it. But, you know, we've been talking about all of this stuff. Like, after a while, for me to even still do the content, I had to turn it into a joke. Look, I was talking about Patrice O'Neal back then. These brainwashed bitches. You dig? Look, the niggas. Oh, y'all haven't seen this picture. NatureBoy up there, no homo. This nigga was sucking his thumb. I said, damn. I know where all the skeletons at, y'all. Hulu, where you at? Where you at, Hulu? Where you at, Hulu? I'll give you a hula hoop. Where you at?
Bust all in there.
Hulu didn't do their job. And I'm pretty sure if I watch that documentary, some of my shit might be in there. Honestly. As you can see, I make niggas fight to get to the real content. Yeah, you about to watch this first 50 minutes of jargon before I get to what I'm talking about. And look at these comments. These are from 7-8 years ago, before the people that's get recognition and notability for covering these stories were even in the space. Why the word bitch got to be used? Damn, because I want to. Here we go. Why this big ass nigga sucking his thumb? Who does this kind of shit? You have to be miserable. Why not commit? That's why they can't hurt nobody and draw more people into this sickness. Look, the women. She said you're giving up mad game for free. I think I just saw this woman too. Hold on. I think I just saw her on one of these shows. But shout outs to Brooke and Banks. Giving a mad game for free. Right about that. Yeah, Gibbon. This is what I talk about, how women jump from dude to dude, because I think I'm still talking about him taking shouts to Godbody. I think I'm still talking about him taking Nature Girl. EJ. He said, you lie. Men don't get, hold on. Look at this. Black Queen said, you a lie. Men don't get better with time. Y'all balls start sagging, hitting the toilet water, getting a piss hard. You sound stupid talking, because this was back in the day with women worship, y'all. Because you know the black community, the what you call it, the passport world community too, but the what you call it, pro-black communities about women worship. So that's really the default for black men and black women. What's going on, Hola? Hold on. Yeah, that's really the default for yeah, Isaiah Rashad. Yep. No, he Atlanta. But I don't know, maybe he does. I forgot. I don't know. I gotta be updated. Ooh, I gotta check this out. I was just talking about Justice League. Something else I saw up here I gotta check out too. Take a look at this. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, we should be back. YouTube's playing with my connection. Y'all, please hit the like button and support the show. I was looking at this argument that I had with this woman. She was 37 at the time. That's funny. I said, it's okay if you're 40 plus. You don't have to lie. I said, and no, I was responding to you. You just proved my point that you're attracted to them at that age. So you contradicted yourself. Love, also, stop trying to use canned material to attack my manhood, asking me if I'm looking at dudes. That won't work. I'm sorry if I hit a nerve. This is me frying up a woman back in the day because she said that I'm a lie, that men don't get better with time. And then I had to bring up Terrence Howard, George Clooney, and all these other guys that be on GQ magazine. And this goofy woman said Idris been fine since The Wire. Denzel been fine since Mo Better Blues, and the rest of the men you speak of does not possess the amount of melanin. See, they were on that goofy shit. You know? I'm talking about men getting better with time, and she's talking about melanin and all this other goofy shit and her personal preferences and stuff like that. Like, people can't even objectively talk about something without leaving out their personal preferences. And that's one of the, like, just like, if you argue with people in the Hotep community, especially back then, you would get a headache instantly. It only took one of them. All right, let me show y'all where some more skeletons are hidden. Give me a second real quick. This is gonna be a little thorough real quick. Everybody started stepping in, you know. All right, now look. 8 years ago, this is another NatureBoy show. This is my cat Garfield. Rest in peace to him. I had one of my girls here on the show with me, so me and one of my girls was breaking it down because she was there watching this whole shit too. We were sitting there laughing. That's the funny part. What's going on, Insane One? Oh man. Shout outs to Insane One dropping the huge. $5 on the Cash App as always. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming through and definitely starting off the support. I appreciate you, bro. Good to see you, man. He said, hey, you said one, just because we know to really hit the Cash App. I appreciate you, man. Yes, sir. Let's go. Hold up.
Now you know you gotta break the game down a little bit more because they might be slow.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Shout outs to Insane One. I appreciate you, broski, as always. But yeah, you know, absolutely, guys. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Support the show. Look at this, y'all. I gotta argue with Ilkan and Fatty. And look at this. Approach problems. I think I have a whole Pergamy show from 8 years ago. Tuesday Ties. This was a really good show. Study. This is all NatureBoy's wives. You had EJ, you had Fury, and I think that's somebody else. I don't think that's Efaru. You got Oprah. You know, I'm showing you a picture of her kissing Harvey Weinstein. Part 1 and Part 2 breakdown. Fredo Santana when he passed. Jesus Christ. Valentine's Day game. Melanation celebration. This is all of them. I'll show y'all where the bones at. Study Part 11. Part 2. Turnt Tuesday. I don't know why I have a butt naked Kim Kardashian there, you know. NatureBoy kicked out of Belize. Game Foo. Oh man, a lot of game in these shows. So much game, sassy black women. I gotta check that out. Wild Wednesday, heavy game. Wild Wednesday Part 2, The Walk of Shame. It ain't got to be the walk of shame, baby. Just to know that you know the game, baby. Yeah. All right, so you got NatureBoy flees Wakanda. I basically make references how NatureBoy technically at the time was Killmonger. Oh man, this game goes deep. Yeah, hopefully it does, because I got 2 streams going. I got a vertical and a horizontal. So hopefully they get me back in the algorithm. Shout outs to YouTube giving me to give them the opportunity to take 30%. You know, hey. Can't complain. Can't complain. All right, I got games for lames to soak up. Mammy's Mindset. I think I got into it with this girl called Joe, the news lady. Joe, the fake news lady. Shout out to my brother Wise. This is a rare picture of Marilyn Monroe with a black man that she was smashing. You dig? Vintage thumbnails. And this is Real Talk with Brother Wise right here in the Players Den. Part 2, Brother Wise, Deep Game. Straight Lace, No Chase, The Brother Wise Effect. Part 3. Danny Star situation. Okay, this is something with 93.9. This is a local situation. NatureBoy to Hootie's new girl, Nature Girl Tina Marie. Oh, this got to be funny, because it's probably some other girlfriends NatureBoy got at the time. We talked about O'Shea and Sinful 8 years ago. The O'Shea and Sinful breakdown with me and Brother Wise 8 years ago. DV versus real life relationships. The after show. Man, I was challenging YouTube with some of these thumbnails, y'all. The catching mindset, the mindset you have to catch. NatureBoy's Melanation Syndication Vindication, hosted by Satan Sam. I used to do these Satan Sam breakdowns because it was funny. I'm gonna show y'all where I got the inspiration from. Shout out to CD Fury if he still got this video up. Black YouTube division. Who was talking about it? Huh? 8 years ago. Alpha Male Strategy declares war. Oh yeah, these are back in the day. This was when Alpha Male Strategies was taking, rest in peace to my brother, Alan Roger Curry, his game. Alpha Male Strategies and Sinful, New Age MGTOW, dating coaches. We'll find success in today's dating pool. Talked about it then. Why Alpha Male Strategies and Sinful are the New Age MGTOWs. Basically telling dudes, fuck it. Did full breakdowns on these. Monday Madness, the truth about black feminism. Part 2. Black China with what you call it? What's that nigga name? YBN I forgot his name, but the kid. Black Ram 313, the mystery of her intuition critique. ARC versus Alpha Male Strategies. Who was breaking this down? NatureBoy's Melanation, Relocation, Reciprocation. These were inside jokes. All right. All right. Remember back in the day on Player Talk Radio, I used to do the Perry's Ratliff breakdowns. Come on, was doing this 8 years ago. Backpage Diaries featuring Perry's Ratliff. Oh, I gotta bring those shows back. Young Pharaoh's Melanation Proclamation. I think I talked to Young Pharaoh on this show. Young Pharaoh knew about me. Young Pharaoh Ether's NatureBoy. These are all shows. All right, here go Bill Cosby. found guilty. Ooh, I can't say too much on this one. The Derek Jackson challenge. There's a titty out. This one here too. Remember when this woman ran up with her titties out with Bill Cosby? Remember where Issa Rae was trying to act like Asian man was at the top of the dating pool? Remember when Khalees came out of nowhere and said Nas abused her? Kanye West, Charlemagne interview. Oh, these are vintage pictures of Cynthia G right here. You ain't gonna see these on the internet. This is when Tariq Nasheed and Cynthia G first fell out. You gotta really search the internet to find this. On Ism Radio. Remember this? I got a part 3, more Cynthia G. And this is a Cynthia G response video too. Because I fried Cynthia G. I think this is around the time when I fried Cynthia G up on Manosphere Mania. If y'all were there. You did. Cynthia G's response. Should black women respect black men? Study 10, Amber Rose, Jesse Lee Peterson effect. Covered all of this stuff. XXXTentacion did. Yada. Keeping up with the Yardashians. Yada turns into NatureBoy. Oh, man. Oh, man. Rest in peace, Mama Dia. Melanation recitation. Tuh. Give me a minute, y'all. Shout outs to everybody hitting the like button on the way in. Give me 1 second. Look at all this stuff, man. All this work. I go back and look at it sometimes. Here's an interview with Shahrazad Ali 6 years ago. Are black men incentive to, are black men incentives to black women's issues? This is when I was off from this channel for a minute and I came back 6 years ago. I remember this. There was a big gap. And then see, here's another gap right here. 6 years and then 4 years. And these are all pre-records. And this is that video I was showing you, War Master, with Jake Leary. I was doing this channel around COVID. The One Wheel Pint. Dang, I got One Wheel Pint videos over here. Look at this. Dang, with Shredder. Portuguese Love, slowed and mixed. Oh, man, I got videos over here, man. STEM players. This song took off 5.7K views. I might have to fuck you like a thug. I love that song. Dang, all these songs. Some vintage Tommy Sotomayor songs here. Oh, these are from the COVID era, y'all. These are from the COVID era. Y'all definitely need to come check this shit out. Betty the Butcher songs. Shit, I need to migrate some of this stuff over to look. FNF slow. I need to migrate a lot of this. I got this. Clearly is, man. Scissor tread carefully. Dang, these videos got views on them. This Moke and Steph joint took off too for TikTok. All right, I don't think I have, and I think, and this is the last NatureBoy video I think I did. No, this is when Kevin Samuels passed. And then I have one more NatureBoy video here where he did get arrested, you know, because I stepped away from it. I got Kevin Samuels' Good Lies slowed and chopped, you know. I Was Never There, About a Weekend, Flights Booked. Yeah, I got some legendary shit over there. I got this Drake mixtape a lot of people don't know about. There's some vintage OVO stuff. Yeah, I remember I got demonetized over here and I had to go back over to that channel. This is when the Passport Bros thing was going on and people was over there getting killed and they were calling me. They had a lot to say to me. And it was quiet around that time. Return of the legendary float goat. Oh, man. In his full glory. Are women better cheaters? The difference between a simp and a trick. Talk radio with DJs. These are secondary streams. So these are old third shift streams too. This shit took off. The first one took off. I gotta go find it. That's where a lot of the subscribers came from too. I had Suge Knight's first phone podcast put out on there. Look, Megan, look, even back then, Megan Thee Stallion, Partisan Fontaine, look, ain't nothing changed. Dang, okay, so I got a big music base over there still. Okay, look, 4.3K. Kyra Perez, 1.4. Oh, shit. This is fun. And rest in peace for my brother Bradley from Zeal Cigars. Look at this. Fresh and Fit. Myron's Epic Meltdown. I see y'all wasn't fucking with the Cecilia Lion video. Yeah, these are all. I used to put all my pre-records over here, and then some lives are still up to date too. So a year ago, not too long ago, 3 months ago. See. So the channel's still doing well, just going in a different direction. What's going on, D Chicago? What's going on, Gail? Good to see y'all. D Chicago, it's time to let it go. It's time to let it go. I've been doing my thing prior to any Red Pill content I ever put out. Relax. All right. Let's actually get into this real quick, though. And I'll start piecing it together. I'll show y'all some more skeletons. I'm going to show y'all where the stuff that you guys are looking at, where that shit came from. But look at Jaguar Wright. Let's see what she has to say. See if anything she has to say is accurate. All right. Let's go. I kind of do remember
promo that they have here. Is it me or does it look weird to you?
I mean, yeah, that's not NatureBoy, but
that's
him.
Either
I
Key
don't
or
think
Olmec.
that's a real person. I think it's AI.
That's not Olmec. That's I think that's
how many
Key.
fingers? 1, 2, 3.
No, they got 5 fingers.
AKA Logan Leathers. Let's go.
They
Okay. Making sure, but you know how they do.
They got 5 fingers. Listen to me, Yvonne. That's the funny part. They don't even care.
Uh-oh. Gail said, I got some paperwork you may want to look at. Uh-oh. I'm scared, Gail. I am scared.
They don't even care that
What we talking about? Let's go.
everyone knows they're lying, but they gonna
That's
do
to
it
Gail
anyway.
at night in the building.
It's like some weird rite of evil passage. Like when I looked at this, and I'm just, and Can we just be honest about the documentary as a whole before we start getting into like details about it? Overall, I was really disappointed. Like, if you're gonna call something a documentary,
Gail, hold on. I think you dropped
like
it
for
in the
real,
wrong
when I
spot.
look
Hold
at
up.
this, defending your freedom, the Damore Hadley story, in my opinion, it's better than this.
Yeah.
It's better put together than this.
Now there's another guy called Hood. I forgot, Hood something. He got a documentary out too. But if you think anybody gonna give anybody that was a part of it credit, other than the people that they like, I don't know what to tell you. You know. Lord have mercy, Gail. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me let this play real quick. Give me 1 second.
Like, seriously, and I'm not hating. I'm just saying, for this to be called a documentary, it's a 4-part series. There was nothing special about the camera work. The story wasn't even put together well. But what I did notice is, and this is becoming a lot more popular in a lot of these little documentaries that are coming out, they're narrating stories with body cam footage and social media clips.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much this whole documentary was all social media clips. Like, what was it, like 85-90% social media clips, as opposed to, you know,
this
the
is
imagery
crazy,
that
Gail.
they got from, you know, some of the players, you know, that were a part of, you know, the AKA cult.
The cult.
And let's just be honest, I've never heard of a cult.
Yeah, I see it.
That takes pleasure in branding itself a cult.
Right.
I've never heard of that before in my life. In
Cults
all
do brand
honesty,
themselves.
like this whole, that's why I never took him serious. I knew something was wrong with him. I knew he was off. I didn't like what I saw happening with those young people, especially the children. Because see, there was a lot of stuff that wasn't included in this.
They left out the real shit.
Like his inappropriate behavior around kids.
Hold on, guys.
You know, encouraging the idea of being absolutely nude in front of small children. Encouraging the idea of having small children in the room while he was copulating.
Yeah, that's wild.
Not having small children, it's his children.
Talking about it being okay for the young children to feel his genitalia because he was God and they would be blessed. Like, they cut all of that out. There was none of that.
Hood Horrors is the channel. My bad, Joe.
There's so many other terrible things that were going on. Like, for instance, they wanted to talk about abuse and people putting hands and feet on people and doing all of this stuff. Oh, there was more than that. There was an older woman that was a part
Mama Dia.
of the collective of people. I think she was like in her late 50s, pushing 60.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of weird because she passed away while she was with them. And I don't think anybody knows what happened to her remains. They had her social security card.
They had her
like
jewelry.
when you heard the little young white guy from Canada talking about they took your money and they took your debit card. They took all of your ID. They took your social security card and all of that. And nobody's talking about, like, I'm surprised that while they were busy sitting there, oh, he was a grifter and he was a scam artist and he was a this and he was a that. Meanwhile, all of these so-called internet detectives. What the hell is an internet detective?
You, Jaguar.
I've heard of
be
people
one.
consider themselves and call themselves sleuths. But when I saw them titled internet detective,
Are you gonna do some content on it, Gail?
what were they detecting? Nobody talks about what happened to that woman that passed away.
Y'all don't
I
care
think
about
she passed away, and then they switched locations.
Yep, they moved.
Wow.
They're also not talking about that one girl that Solar was attached to, Courtney Townsend was attached to, who was pregnant with his child. And Eligio had her guzzle a whole bottle of alcohol, and that baby passed on. That baby there were so many more terrible things that happened, and it happened.
He thought he would go for murder first, but hey.
They treated him like he was some kind of like he was American Horror Story or something. And they tuned in.
I feel
to
you, Gail.
watch.
You got to slow cook it because people are slow.
They tuned in to watch. This thing was highly. And
she got a lot of minions in the
like,
so
there are so many
that
things
watch you too, mind you.
So many things.
You gotta be meticulous.
The malnourishment, the times that they were forced to go without being able to, eat properly and stuff like that.
And I learned too. You know what I learned too, Gail?
Children there for that.
For doing this for a long time. When you say, you know what, I'm gonna make people go out of their way to lie, people still don't give a damn. They'll reward anything but the truth. And then they tell on themselves because they know it's the truth. It's like, why are you having this much of a reaction? If what you're saying is the truth and you don't have that reaction, you know what I'm saying? But hey, let black people tell it.
Did you notice in in all of those clips that they had around, you saw, what was it? You saw Velvet's baby.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't see any of the other children. There were other children there. Like, am I wrong? Or is the only baby child that we saw Velvet's baby?
Well, no, you're not wrong. But what you got to do is, because Jack, you just jumped right into it. You got to give the audience a little bit of context.
Y'all, please hit the like button, please.
What's going on with this Cult of NatureBoy documentary that's on Hulu? So let's start off with that. Let me start off there.
Okay.
So what happened with the documentary that Hulu just released, The Cult of NatureBoy, and you kind of have more insight, so you just jumped right into it. That's why it's kind of like I said, let's back up a little bit of what's really going on. Because when I saw it with a fresh pair of eyes. I did not know anything about NatureBoy. I heard of NatureBoy, but I didn't know anything about what was going on. I didn't know anything about the stuff that he was going, his recruitments. I didn't know anything, but I know I heard about Carbonation. And it's funny because, like I said, I heard it was called Melanin Nation at first, and I guess they changed it. But and I'm not going to get into the particulars, but I definitely remember a certain YouTuber using Melanoid Nation, but that's here nor there. Back in 2016, so we're talking 10 years back. We're 10 years removed from 2016. There was a guy named Eligio Bishop. His name was aka NatureBoy. I didn't know. He said he was a former SEX worker and a barber who marketed himself as a spiritual guider, and he declared himself God eventually. And he started a group called Carbonation, started recruiting people in 2016. He used YouTube, he used social media, he used IG, he used Bigo. And it was used to attract young people, promising an off-grid, natural lifestyle free from racism. And this documentary that dropped on Hulu, 4-part documentary series, It explores the rise and the fall of NatureBoy, aka Eligio Bishop.
Eligio or Eligio or Eligio, however they want to say it. They got 80 million ways.
Yeah. So yeah, you basically, let's lay the foundation, because I know a lot of people I don't know if they're in the comment section saying what they're saying, but a lot of people didn't know. So we lay the foundation. Now we can go, because look, this documentary is it was presented well, but it wasn't like
it was okay.
Like, it's okay. I'll just say it like that.
It cleared format standards. Low, but it cleared. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right.
No, that's it. I just wanted to lay the foundation, lay the groundwork.
The documentary was
people may not know, but it seems like a lot of people know. They didn't know too much about nature. Well, I didn't know anything. I walked into this blind, and I said, "Wow, it's interesting."
I'm just like, it's disgusting to me. So how about we set this conversation up like this? Since there's so much that you didn't know, and there's so much that I came to know, why don't you ask me some questions and I'll answer?
She was sitting there waiting for him to ask.
Okay. So
she's the authority.
This documentary was an eye-opener to me. I didn't realize how gullible a lot of people online are. I mean, I would have, me myself, if I was immersed in this so-called group.
But this is the thing. Those people weren't gullible. This was a conscious decision. And I talked about this more than 8 years ago about the Peter Pan complex. You know, run off to Neverland with me. You know? Let's get it.
I probably would have slapped the dog.
No, you wouldn't.
Ish out of this Eligio guy.
No, you wouldn't.
Number one, I'm not bowing down to
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. There's a bunch of niggas over there, bro. No homo with their shirts off and all kinds of little muscular little niggas and shit like that, and not one of them. No, you wouldn't. I done heard it all. No, you wouldn't. And you would have been dumb too if you did. You would have been dumb too if you did, because you would have been in jail or somewhere. Because you would have been, look at how quick niggas are to crash out. You would have been sitting somewhere and you're like, why do girls keep going over there? You'll have your lady with you. You done got into a fight with Eligio, and let's say you won. Your lady will run over there and try to heal him. Are you okay?
Any other man. And then he comes around and says that he's God. I thought a lot of these people that were part of this cult, no offense, but were very gullible and
No, they weren't gullible. If you have the black woman running around claiming to be God, you just gonna have black people running around claiming to be God. Honestly. How's it crazy when a black man calls himself God? Nu, I need you to answer this. How's it crazy when a black man calls himself God, but is not delusional and crazy when the woman doesn't? And when you realize that, oh, you're red pill. Jesus.
Remedial. You met a lot of the people. Can you give us a backstory of like how you met these people and what did you think of them?
Well, let's be clear, because a lot of people have tried to attach me to this situation in some way.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no attachment other than the fact that
Speak on it.
I saw what I saw online. And let's put this into context. They had been rocking and rolling. I had no idea. Nosy Ho Live brought it to my attention. And man, when she showed me and she was like, Jag, you need to look at this. You need to check this out because we're talking about this. We're going after this guy. This guy got to get offline. You should see what he's doing. The second that she said the children were being endangered and hurt.
Yeah, when you found them children was there.
I was done.
Got a load before the
I was like, okay, let's do what we got to do. Let's do our part. Let's ring some bells. Let's make some noise. So I'll never forget when I started seeing them on Bigo, because I had just gotten an account. So
she late. Bigo. She late. Okay.
And I got off Bigo very quickly.
Actually, I mean, I get it. You can have an opinion on stuff, and I get it. But like, black people be like super late to stuff, and be like so matter of fact with their commentary. Like that shit is funny. That's another reason why I left. That's another reason why I left. Something been existing for years, and somebody come here 2 days, and they're like, "I'm the authority now. I know all about it. Interview me." And it's like, why don't they interview the person that was actually there? Oh no, I'm gonna run a smear campaign, rewrite the narrative, and just like negate everything that the person that was there was saying. But I'm gonna sit up here and tell you I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but talk a lot. You know? I'm gonna talk a lot. Niggas.
Actually, I got off Bigo after the conversation that I had.
NatureBoy was already nigga. NatureBoy already had a mixtape out. Nigga was in and shit. Nigga already had a brand and everything before she got in the mix.
With Eligio. Because this woman named Shalana Hunter, who goes by the moniker Tokyo Tony, decided that she wanted to jump, and there it is. That's what I was looking for.
Black China, same one.
So I'm sorry, I was doing a little research on something while we were chatting. Because I have another fun little fact. But anywho's it? Where was I? I think we were talking about that conversation. So I was on Bigo, and it was wild because there was a lot of stuff going on at this time, and this was early 2021.
You're talking about after COVID.
So this was before.
It's late.
What's her name? DJ Genesis came flooding into my life.
You can't, nigga. Imagine finding NatureBoy, a fucked up story that's been going on since 2016, 2017, in 2021. You done missed all the good shit. He got caught in what, 2024, 2023? Like, you missed all the good shit.
Some foolishness. I didn't even realize
she
was the one that was following them. She was supposed to have been in the hospital or something, laid up, and she was sending them money. She was doing all kinds of stuff. Like, she totally wanted to be involved with whatever they had going on. But yeah, before I even knew about all of that, I was on Bigo, and I was like, you know what? I want to have a conversation with this guy. So added him, put it up. He came. And when I tell you, I felt the spirit of evil just pouring off of him. I think I saw this too. Even through the camera screen.
Pouring off of him.
He instantly started hitting on Nosy. Talk about, ooh, you look like me. He was just like, he was weird. Like, he was weird. Like, I don't know if you were listening to how he would like refer to everyone as hi reflection, hey reflection, You know what I mean?
Like, I'm gonna tell you too, if like some random woman with like a big ass ankh around her neck in the black community comes into the room, oh my God, she's the authority. She's the authority. She got a big ankh. She knows something. She got the 50-cent spinning ankh. She done missed everything. Listen, by the time you hear about NatureBoy, you're being misinformed, to tell you the truth. By the time you hear about NatureBoy, you're being misinformed. Now look at this.
Previously on the rise and fall of NatureBoy and Carbonation.
I think we can all imagine the anguish trying to find someone you love so much who vanished inside a cult.
Questions remain, including why so
these two girls right here, I help rescue both of them. Yaya and B. And honestly, they were pretty easy because they were acting like they wanted to leave anyway. Niggas just got to pull the trigger, but people leave and come back all the time. So you never know who's gonna really be legit and who's gonna really be on some shit, right? So this girl right here, her name is BP, and the other girl is Nature Girl Yaya. That was Eligio's first and only wife. Yaya didn't want to be polygamous, even though she participated. She didn't understand, you know, there was really no need for her to be. And it made sense, you know. Made sense. All right, let's get into it.
So many people would leave their families to join that cult in the first place.
They seem to think or feel that they're on a kind of retreat and they're putting up tents and they seem to be so filled with celebration.
He had the white guy there. His name was Snow. Because they tried to say the white woman, nah. He actually had two white dudes there at one point.
What you think is community, what you think is love, is a disguise for something much darker.
The world sees as this little white girl that is being held captured by this angry cult leader black man.
Covered this too.
OMG. I'm dead.
Not too long before Kayla arrived, a 23-year-old man named Logan Leathers had joined. NatureBoy would later name.
All right, that's Logan Leathers. I think he's Key. Tron and Key are two different dudes. I think this is Tron.
I'm Tron.
Okay, yeah, Tron. Yeah, Logan Leathers is Tron. Key is the other guy. I think Key is the one that's on the cover. Jaguar Wright didn't know him because Jaguar Wright wasn't around at this time. You know, so she's a Jaguar come lately, I guess.
I come from Maine. I come from an area where there's no black people. You see what I'm saying? I was raised by, you know, completely just, you know.
And a lot of these kids were orphans, just like NatureBoy, okay? So this is why my Peter Pan analogy holds up to go off into Neverland. But let me tell you something. The fucked up part about the Peter Pan story, this is why it's funny when I give people game and they're like, you using a Disney movie? Yeah. Fucking idiot. You know, people are stupid. Let me give y'all the game. Let me give y'all the game before you go insane, all right? Y'all hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Dropping some gems on y'all. Let me drop a major gem on you guys. Shout outs to Insane One, all right? Y'all support the show. Let me drop a major gem on you guys. Guess who makes cartoons? Adults. All right? All right? Adults make cartoons. When you watch SpongeBob, you'll see something completely than what the kid sees. You'll see something completely than what a teenager sees. So sometimes it'll behoove some of you guys to go back and watch movies when you are older now, because now it's like, oh, damn, I missed that detail. Well, would you look out for certain details? You're a kid. You know, everybody thought Jack on the Titanic was doing right. Everybody thought Rose was right. Rose was a hoe. You know? See, when you're a kid, the movie tells you who to like and shit. You know, some of y'all fall for it still as an adult. It's like, well, I was like, damn, somebody told the story a little bit different. You know, the movies tell you who to like. Niggas be like, oh, we're going to go see the Joker. You mean Batman? And yeah. It's called Batman. Y'all like the Joker now because it's cool to be out of your mind. You couldn't be out your mind in the 90s. You get put in an asylum. Now they give you Ritalin. There was a joke in there somewhere. All right. But anyway. Those kids in Peter Pan were dead. Peter Pan damn near was supposed to take them into the afterlife, but he was a lost soul also. I broke all of this down more than 8 years ago. He was a lost soul also. You know, nobody in that situation wins. You know? Ain't that crazy? Peter Pan was supposed to lead them into the afterlife. Wraiths and seraphs, people. Tinkerbell wasn't just a hot dragonfly. She was an angel. So what I'm saying is, you know, people want to escape. Get up out of the matrix. To a certain degree, the people that put y'all onto the red pill, Morpheus was Peter Pan. If you think about it. Oh my goodness. Shout outs to Gail at night dropping the huge.
What's the matter, Daddy?
5 on the Cash App. Thank you so much, love. Be just like Gail and support the show, guys. Shout outs to Gail at night dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. I got you. Hold on. You already know I'm pulling it up. Here you go. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. All right. You know where we going. With NatureBoy
What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay,
that's not how we do it. Hold up. Because I do this all the time.
All right.
Let's go.
We going. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna beat about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm in. What the what?
What a what?
What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know that y'all get all these good deals and everything.
Oh my God.
Because I do that all the time.
And that's all who? Mary had a little lamb.
Okay. All
right. Now listen. NatureBoy is gay also, but he's gay for pay. Well, I don't know. To us guys, that still be gay. But shout outs to Gail. Thank you so much.
Bust all in there.
You know. Be careful of them antics too, Gail, because you know, what's that shit on paper? You know. There's gonna be a couple of vapors, you know. So beware of some intimidation antics and stuff like that, because you know you don't hide, you know. So certain people will try to come out the cut and intimidate you. Best believe they're already aware or on some type of, you know, roll. You know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You know. So. But you know all of this stuff already. You know, you be covering intricate stories and stuff like that. You already know about witness tampering and stuff like that. Yeah, obviously, the motherfucker don't give a damn about witness tampering. You know what I'm saying? They don't give a shit about. They don't give a shit. You know? They can give two shits about witness tampering. Victim tampering. They, you know. Oh boy. So yeah, you know, it's the ticket to Neverland. People tell you that's what the red pill is doing. They're giving brothers a ticket to Neverland. And it's like, no, we're not giving you a ticket to Neverland. We're confirming the land you've been on. You know? You just gotta be re-educated on it. You just gotta be re-educated on it. You know? The manosphere really doesn't benefit from telling men the truth as much as feminism benefits for you know, for lying to women, you know, and gassing them up and putting them you know, pitting them against each other and against themselves, you know, their own body. Imagine what feminism would do to a woman's body. What would the manosphere do to your body? Even though the manosphere originally wasn't really telling y'all to get in the gym and stuff like that, but guess what? It couldn't hurt. You know, what hurts worse, telling you to go under a knife or get in the gym? Now you do got some dudes that's claiming manosphere telling y'all to go under the knife, the black pill cats, but yeah, we'll get to that. I saw a little bit of Soul's stream. And you said they've been tampering. They've been tampering life from this. They've been tampering life from motherfucker this whole time. Shit. They got. Look. Hopefully the judge is fair. You know, because like I said, a good lawyer knows the judge. My bad. A great lawyer knows the law, but a good lawyer knows the judge. You know. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes in court, you can tell when two people hang out after court, you know, and shit like that. You know, people know people that 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 know people. You know. So, you know, it's very sad how stuff like this turns out, and it's the damnation and the ruin of all men. You know, lust. You know, lust. Because there's some elements, you know, NatureBoy would take a red pill talking points too. It actually was kind of funny at the time. So you can imagine I had a lot of shit to talk about because we had dudes that been casted out of the black community, not even the conscious Hotep community here. Yeah, like I got you. Out of the Hotep community here, and a lot of those dudes were Ibmors. And everything, because even women got to be cautious about this. Everything that the black man does, and even the white man, men in general, to a certain degree, when it gets seduced and reduced, goes back to woman worship. It goes back to female and woman worship. I'm not saying you should be praised. I'm not saying that, you know, there aren't remarkable women and stuff out there, but be very careful when you deify yourself. You know, I've been talking about this for a long time. Nothing wrong with, you know, love yourself, but don't do too much. You know what I'm saying? In certain cases, you probably can, you know, in certain cases, overdoing it is valid because at the end of the day, caskets don't have bump beds, even though somebody might be over you. But don't do too much. You know? I remember I dated a young lady you know, and I remember I brought it to her attention. I'm like, yeah, that's cool, but you know, we're talking about some stuff. Not going to go into too much detail, but we're talking about some stuff, and I explained to her how she worshipped herself. And she's like, what do you mean? And blah, blah, blah. You know, and this is back in the era where y'all remember Wrap Up magazine, where you didn't have to do much. You could just rip the page out of the magazine, and the girls and the dudes, we used to hang them shits up in our room on the wall. Bitches had little Bow Wow on the wall and shit, and Romeo and shit. You know? Don't make me feel like I'm the oldest person in here now. You know, I dealt with girls that even in that era, the women had pictures of their own damn self. You know, a lot of women worship themselves. You go look at a woman's phone, you know, if it's not her kids and stuff like that, because no, there's nothing wrong with their family and stuff like that. But endless pictures of herself. You go look on the walls, like pictures of herself. She go get a tattoo. She tattoos her name on herself. It's like, damn, you gonna forget who you is? Okay. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop. But it's a lot of self-worship, you know? Hella self-worship. But anyway, you know, it kind of humbled her because I had to bring it to her attention. She's like, damn, I done made everything in my life about me, and I expect a man to come in my life and make it about me also.
Bust all in there.
What's the matter, Daddy?
I said, now you're getting it. You know? And this young lady's married now, you know? Happily married. Happily married, you know? Every so often I check up on her on social media, and she, you know, tells me thank you. You know? I guess from that day forward, she learned to love somebody else. That's good. Other than herself. Other than herself. But love yourself, you know? It's kind of a contradictory concept, but if you get it, you get it, you know? I'm not telling you not to love yourself, you know? But, you know, certain times you got to bring yourself back down to earth. You know? Humble yourself. All right. All right. Y'all, please hit the like button. Support the show. Hit the Cash App. 2 hours and a half. Giving y'all a great message. I'm not telling y'all to destroy yourself or anything. All right. But it was to the point where I couldn't even believe how much black women I was saving on a day-to-day basis with this story. I didn't know where they went, but I know they left. You know, not all of them I could pinpoint back, but I know we saved Nature Girl Yaya. Just a lot. Let's get into it. Let's go. Let's take a listen. All right. Now, this is Tron. Okay. Him and Key, the guy that gave NatureBoy over 300K, you know, they kind of were like the duos, the twins, you know. You know, they did a lot of, you know, dirty work. They kind of were just there. Every so often they had women, but nah.
My family, I was adopted, and was adopted from Baltimore, Maryland.
Like I said, NatureBoy is a what you call it, a orphan. You know, his story is sad, to tell you the truth, and I think his intentions was good, but you know what the road to hell is paved with.
Baltimore, Maryland is where I portaled in from. I'm pretty sure that my Babylon mom was in jail because I was born in the police station.
Tron would later speak on the tension the group was facing at the time Kayla joined.
When she came from Canada, this is where it brought this is where a lot of the following came from. Because now you have the entire, and whoever her family is big, you know what I'm saying? Because when they, you know what I'm saying, she came through, they were on us like...
Nah, that's not what it is, bro. When white women go missing, niggas go crazy. That's really what it is. Especially if they over there with a nigga. They go crazy. That's why they get a scapegoat answer. That's why, like, no matter how down Shorty was with Mississippi, what was it? Chicago Red, Malcolm X. At the end of the day, he brainwashed me. I don't know. Like, she ain't getting none of that robbery money. He brainwashed me.
You know what I'm saying? Flies on.
Ultimately, the negative coverage will become too overwhelming for Melanation. NatureBoy will make the decision to cut ties with Kayla.
We had a meeting, and NatureBoy had decided that I should head back because of all the hype.
After the meeting, NatureBoy will post a video alongside Kayla as she told everyone she was headed back to Canada.
Yeah, I'm going back to Canada mainly because of the safety of us. I don't want anybody getting hurt because I'm here. So I'm gonna go back there for now until I get things straightened out.
Like, so why did you leave in the first place?
We can't own.
Why did you leave in the? Why don't you tell them why you left in the first place? Did I call you like, hey, come join us, be here with us? Am I controlling and manipulating your mind?
I was.
All right, so he had to go out of his way to prove, and I mean, this is with anything. He had to go out of his way to prove that, you know, that she's a willing participant. This is not by choice. I mean, this is not by force. It's by choice.
I'm gonna leave Canada even before I found nature.
The attention around Kayla leaving Canada to join Melanation was huge.
I leave Canada too.
So that's where a lot of the things, that's where BBC came in, you know what I'm saying? BBC did a whole documentary.
If NatureBoy is not done.
That's where BBC came in. Pause. That's where BBC came in, huh? Yeah.
Talking or done doing this, then we don't go to sleep. You know, they see him as like their master teacher. You know, you don't disrespect the master teacher.
Too. You had a baby with him. You did too. Like, what the fuck? You were trying to, and this is what makes it even worse, y'all. This is what makes it even worse. It's one thing if you're a follower. It's another thing if you're trying to be his wife. Because now you're a part of it. You know who's guilty as cat shit? R. Kelly's wife. You know who's guilty as cat shit? Guilty. You got to have money at that point. It eats you up.
Is it a cult?
It is.
You get caught in the attachment, the emotion. So that I literally gave my money to him.
How much money did you give?
Well, I just gave him my debit card.
The people that you see talking about me online, I spent my money taking care of them. I took my money, my money that was given to me by Key, about $300,000
from Key.
Within 6 months of living in Costa Rica.
Now I think I'm not sure. I don't know which bag came before. I think he had a little bit of that money, or in between, he had a little bit of the money that there was a Glacier Man. He was gay for pay, y'all. There was a Glacier Man that you know, that did it. You know, Black Ink got the confession out of him because they kind of had a heart-to-heart moment. And like I said, there was supposed to be a part 3, but NatureBoy backed out of it because, you know, people was reacting to this. I knew what he was talking about when it comes to nature. It's kind of interesting, but it gets into perverted territory. You understand what I'm saying? You know, with being natural, it gets into perverted territory. And I think me and Black Ink talked about it back then. You know, of course you don't fucking want your kid to be around you naked and stuff like that. And honestly, the stuff that he was talking about, because it is modernization if you think about it, right? It's the Tarzan effect. But it's like, bro, we're not in caves and jungles anymore. Like, you know, like your kid gonna be weird. You know, you don't walk around and touch no damn family jewels. Now, the only reason why me, Ink, and Pitballs got what he was talking about, even though it's still bizarre, because y'all gonna hear him say it. But I'm gonna give you context, because if you were actually there, it's like it's in context, but it's not. And to tell you the truth, if y'all ever wanted to know like the lore behind a lot of these like black cults and stuff like that, like the Bombadas and stuff like that, it's like that stuff, if the average person sees it, they're gonna be like, what the fuck? As a lot of them should. You know, I mean, this is how, I wouldn't say communities get policed or anything, but this is how order is kept, you know, amongst people. You know, we were talking about citizens arrests and stuff like that on last couple of shows not too long ago, and things like that, you know. And I was telling you guys how even quote unquote prostitutes, they had jobs, higher pecking order in society as neighborhood watch and stuff like that, you know. One hand will watch the other, and your sister will watch her brother. You dig what I'm saying? We used to have that type of community amongst each other, you know. But the black community is so warped, you know. Now, this is not to make no excuse for Africa Bombada or anything like that, but this is to put you in a frame of mind of spirituality, quote unquote, worship, lust, and stuff like that, you know. And that's why YouTube was trying to get my ass up out of here when I brought up something that Black Ink brought up back then, before they, you know, really was strict. Look, Glacier people had their own. Y'all can go look it up. It's hard to find on YouTube, but y'all go look it up. His name is Father Yod. I might have to go. I think Rumble gonna get me up out of there if I go over to Rumble. Let me know, War Master. I don't know, because like y'all got to see this, and y'all, you know, especially if you have any type of melanated skin color on you, you know, y'all gotta see Father Yod. And not even what's the other dude, Charles Manson, and the Jim Jones, and you know, all the other people that convince people to be Peter Pan. Because to a certain degree, there's nothing wrong with being Peter Pan. You know, there's nothing wrong with, and I talked about this too with the whole passport bro thing. There's nothing wrong with traveling. There's nothing wrong with, you know, seeing the world and leaving, or you know, not getting duped into shit. There's nothing wrong with that. Because even when you find out the truth to shit, it's like, who can you trust? Because of course people are gonna tell you you're tripping. Of course, people that are in Babylon or in some type of matrix is gonna try to pull you back, you know, even though they don't directly benefit from it. But guess what? Quote unquote, Babylon does. You know, Babylon does. Just even you saying, damn, y'all niggas paying this amount of money for mangoes, you know. There was another older sister that was there, and because this was a part two, you know, NatureBoy would promote avocado trees, and this is why Mama Dia died, because the B6 or the B1 diet or some shit like that, it was strictly avocado and stuff like that. So there was a lot of stuff going on, you know, at this time. Mind you, NatureBoy was stealing information, so you know, these people in this cult, they were his guinea pigs. You know, there would be things that he'll be absolute on, and he didn't try it, you know, because he was trying to cure STDs and stuff like that. So these were people that needed an answer either way it went. And which was sad is that some people paid for it with their life. Mama Dia, she paid for it with her life. She trusted him so much that she stopped taking her medicine, her meds, and life stopped taking her, you know. And she not here no more, you know. And just like black people with a lot of stuff, niggas become disrespectful, you know. They disrespect instead of learn. You know, they spend a lot of time disrespecting instead of learning. You know, there was times where NatureBoy said that he's better than Dr. Sebi. Yada was moving around as a herbalist, and he was promoting, like, sea moss and stuff like that, and he had his own company where he was distributing that stuff, and or linking up with another company, and he made a pretty penny off of it. I think that's a part of one of the reasons why he's rich now, and I think it was on the way to be rich back then. I think he was really stable back then. But yeah, when this stuff started happening with NatureBoy, he bought a compound, and that's why when Key left, he went to NatureBoy. A couple people from NatureBoy's camp went over to Yada, and then a couple people were going to Yada before NatureBoy. They're like, I'm just not gonna go over to NatureBoy. It's too hot over there, and let me go see what Yada is doing. Yada had bought some land, so he can be an Indian or whatever the hell he was on in that land. Y'all have no idea. There was endless stories where NatureBoy was, because he started calling himself Tahuti. So he really started calling himself Egyptian gods and stuff. And it was this one video where he was in his tent crying, bruh. I swear to God. I can't even begin to tell you some of the stuff that I remember. Nigga, I gotta go back and go listen to my old shows and be like, oh, let me tell you this story, and I can break the whole story down to you. It was like he was being possessed. He was twisted like a mango mystic. That's an inside joke. He was twisted like a mango mystic. And people were saying, oh, I know what they're doing out there. They're out there because they were in the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer. And people were saying that they were doing ayahuasca. I don't put it past it, but nah, I don't think they were doing ayahuasca. Maybe peyote. I don't know. You don't know what people are doing when the cameras are off. But they had the cameras rolling 24/7. And then it was to a certain degree. It wasn't just NatureBoy. It wasn't just NatureBoy. A lot of those women that you see, just like a whorehouse, they were instrumental with doing certain things. They was disciplining things and stepping on shit and slapping shit, and they were the cause for a lot of different things. Mind you, EJ, I say EJ because that was her name. Eliana, she was young, and then she started fighting NatureBoy and stuff like that. And then there was times where NatureBoy actually cared. Like this shit, it got crazy, bro. Like he actually cared, and like the kids, their kid and stuff like that. He was like, no, don't do that. Like this is bad, and why are you doing this and why are you doing that and blah blah blah. There was times where even the people that wanted to call the cops on them or whatever they wanted to do with them, you had even those people like, dang, at the end of they had to agree with him. There was some episodes where it's like, damn, I feel bad for him. There were some episodes where it's like, dang, sometimes it made you question. It's like, I don't know how to say it. It's like, what you're doing is right, but people don't see everything. And when you look at somebody like a NatureBoy, it's like, damn, even though what you really want to do is help, right? But sometimes you got to question, like, dang, do we have the full story? Are we instigating something? Are we doing the right thing? And honestly, it is the Stockholm syndrome. That shit is real. That shit is real. But it's not real in the way that people think. You start to reflect off of people, obviously, no pun intended, reflection. But you start to reflect off of people and things, and you start seeing the flaws in other people. And I'm not saying that you become one with your flaws or you're like, okay, well, you start condoning things, but you know, sometimes just saying somebody's not perfect is also you, reconciling with yourself, you know, because in a weird way, humans are aware that they're judging, but don't want to be judged, you know? You know? A lot of that shit come over me also when I got to do stories like this. You did. But there was some human elements to NatureBoy. There was some, dang, you know, she making the block hot, or dang, you know, this is, because there'll be women there'll be women there that you would disagree with because you seen what they were. And I don't know how to explain it. The fucked up part was there were so many stories to learn from this shit. And I thank God that, you know, that I could even, you know, be around for these stories. But let me tell you the weirdest thing that I've learned. And this is why I tell you, I've seen women hide behind horrible niggas to look like good people. You know what I'm saying? To look like good people. There is a thing that you can see within people where it's like you're not acting evil because you're around somebody that is perceived to be evil. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so weird when you're around somebody that is quote unquote perceived to be evil. You can get away with as much evil shit that you want to do because you're covered. You know what I'm saying? Like if you hanging out with Satan, you can do all the evil shit in the world, and then even when it comes to not even explaining yourself to another human being, like a judge or somebody, even like men are so, women and men are so at fault, not at fault. What's the word I'm looking for? Fuck. We're fucked up. I'm not even gonna hold you. You know, we're fucked up. Because in a weird way, to a certain thing, in a weird way, to a certain degree, we think the same thing that I work with a judge will work with God. You know, oh well, the devil was, and it's like, you know. So some people they hide under this cloak. Like if somebody's evil around you, I'm not gonna lie, you can get away with your own brand of evilness, and it's not that you're doing it because you're around that person. You know, it's not that you're doing it because you're around that person. Like sometimes it will bring out other people's desires. You know, that it's an option. Like, damn, I'm able to do this. I'm gonna do it. If you weren't evil, you wouldn't do it. You know. So little by little, the women and the people that we were trying to warn, and even some of the ones that ended up saving themselves or falling out with them. Because I'm going to tell you the truth. A lot of those women over there, if they ever fell out with NatureBoy, it's because they were doing some shit too. That's another thing. That's another part of the story that doesn't get told. So Hulu, I spared you, or y'all got spared because you lucky y'all didn't come get me. You lucky y'all didn't come get me. I've saved women over there that talk buku shit about me when they came to their senses. And there's a special realization when you like, oh, you evil for real. Like this ain't, you ain't playing. So when I say this is the Peter Pan syndrome, hey.
He had given NatureBoy his entire inheritance, which equaled to more than $300,000, and NatureBoy spent all of it.
Key, how much money did I spend?
And Key used to drive 300 cars. He had a license.
300,000.
And I think he was bilingual. Key could speak Spanish also too, if I'm not mistaken.
Like that.
So he can
300,000.
communicate.
I gave $300,000 plus more. I'm not gonna.
So this is the one that I think that's on the cover of the documentary. Jaguar Wright didn't know because he by the time Jaguar found about him, he played the back.
Say the plus number. I'm just leave it at plus.
I got the $300,000.
Man,
It's
more than
all
500
gone now.
I'm gonna tell the truth about it. You use your wizardry.
Now this is Phoenix. When he first got out there, this is the guy that he stayed with, and this was the guy that was supposed to give NatureBoy some land out there. So those tents and all that other stuff, they were on this man's land. Okay, now NatureBoy, you know, women are his weakness. Something happened, and it was on this is where he left the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. Something happened where he lifted up this man's wife. And while he lifted up this man's wife, he fondled her like nigga slipped a, you know, a finger done lingered. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, a finger was in somewhere. You know, there's a, you know, shorty got a credit card, you know, and I don't think she told him immediately. That's another thing. I don't think she told him immediately. But when he found out, he was pissed. I think him and NatureBoy got into it. I don't think they they got into a fight. I think NatureBoy left before it got real physical. But he had to get up off that land. He was going to take it there. He was going to take him through there. You know? And he was with all the antics. You see what I'm talking about? Insane one? I'm giving y'all the real exclusive. I was there, you know? All right, y'all please hit the like button, support the show, you know? This is the shit Hulu don't know. Hulu know who to talk to. And one more thing, you know? I'm really giving y'all some good game, man. I lived this. You know, this is I'm really parting with y'all. I'm giving y'all some personal experience with this. This is the part they don't tell you. You know, this is the shit they'll pay for. This is the shit that's worth tens of thousands. Goofy ass budget. I know the person that made that damn documentary pocketed that money because nigga. There's some shit you gotta go sit down with Vlad for. You know?
Like you know how, and you cast your spells. Of course, Key is young. He gave you 20 grand. You spent that up. You asked for 30, and you pissed his money.
They were in the house too. What's going on, Jazzy? How you doing, love?
Bust all in there.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Off away. You made every purchase. You said buy this, buy that, buy that. So why I gave 300,000? Yo, it was crazy. It was like nobody else was like diligently like telling people to move out of the country, you know, inspiring people, motivating people, providing all this knowledge, providing all this wisdom, you know, like it's like damn, you know, I wanted to be a part of that, my nigga. Like, and I looked up to him and I was following him for a while, and I started applying the knowledge to my life. That was my hero, bro. I learned about diet. He enlightened me on the epigenetics, you know what I'm saying? He put me on to astrology, learning myself, studying myself, you know what I'm saying? And then he was starting a movement with that. I wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to support that. I wanted to support the man that's making a movement. I want to support that movement that changed my life. Yes, all the money I had, I want to support that. I felt that in my heart, like it was the right thing to do. Like I was doing the right thing. So no, I don't regret none of that money that was given or that was spent. I don't.
It would be around this time that Phoenix would part ways with NatureBoy and Melanation after NatureBoy started flirting with his girlfriend behind his back.
he was doing things with, you know, the women over here, and, you know, Phoenix has his girl, and, you know, this dude NatureBoy was kind of like, you know what I'm saying, trying to hit all his girls. So it became more of a thing where this dude NatureBoy is dealing with a lot of sex forces. They got in a fight. The dude got in a fight with this dude, not actual physical fight, but argument.
Melanation would continue on their journey, and some new members would join along the way. One of those people will be a young...
Shout outs to Just Being Jazzy. Jazzy said, getting better, just got a car. Congratulations. Congratulations. Now be careful now. Don't be a taxi for everybody. Be careful out there on the road. You know what I'm saying? Don't let people in your car without giving you gas money, for real. Once people find out you got a car, they start to they get to using you now. You know, they get to using you, all right? Be careful, all right? You can play all your music this summer and enjoy your car. You know, you've been working hard, so you deserve it. All right?
A woman named Stephanie from West Virginia. NatureBoy would first name her Fury.
All right, this is Nature. She ended up and got with a Latino brother out there. I keep forgetting his name. And I think they ended up moving back to Hawaii. She had a kid with him. NatureBoy didn't like that. Fury was one of his wives. You know, now this woman was a little slow. You know, and she's kind of like, not like slow, but like Southern slow. You know, but she was good. She was cooking and stuff too. And she came around the diet part too, but you know, but she was making tacos and stuff like that. I ain't gonna lie, some of the food they had there did look bomb as hell. All right, so hey,
Later changing
when food is natural, it looks bomb as hell. All right.
her name to Serenity. She will become one of NatureBoy's wives.
Yes, it has happened. I quit my job. I didn't even give him a 2 weeks notice. I ended up finding a video.
She didn't like a lot of them. They all changed their names because they didn't like their original name there. EJ didn't like her original name, so Eliana E. You know, Fury. You know,
by NatureBoy TV. I just continued to watch him and follow him. And
I remember when she got out there. I almost think we almost stopped her from going out there, but people are adults. They're gonna do what they're gonna do, you know. So after a while, it's like, what you gonna do? I think me and Black Ink almost stopped her from going out there.
Knew it. This life that I live was a lie. We should not be in this environment that we're in, and I will say United States. So I quit my job because I found my purpose. My purpose is to leave Babylon, go to Costa Rica, go back to nature, go to the jungle, and live this life and spread this message.
Today we want to introduce Nature Girl Fury.
Not long after
Serenity's right, so this is Yaya, and obviously there's Fury.
Arrival, Yaya decided to leave. She'd been struggling with polygamy since she first joined. Although she did participate.
Now, the reason how I convinced Yaya to leave was I had to point out, and I've been pointing out, that was just basically my big focal point, to point out from the beginning that NatureBoy was a hypocrite. And the thing is, it was just undeniable. He couldn't really run from it. I mean, we all are hypocrites to a degree, you know, but he couldn't really run from it. And, you know, Yaya she was a tough cookie too, but, you know, she had sense, you know, and, you know, she was doing things that she didn't really want to do. But, hey, she got out. I forgot which village they got to. She just left when they got to town. You know, I don't know if he had her passport still or whatever, but hey.
Her heart wasn't in it.
To me, men are using
and I have the original video up on my page, and then I have the video that I did when I broke it down about the 3 men that were instrumental in saving this young lady and getting her back home.
Polygamy as a way to get what they want. You know, I don't see how it benefit me.
But polygamy was only one of the reasons she would finally leave. Behind the scenes, NatureBoy has started to become abusive.
It was a lot of verbal and mental abuse.
And this is only when he had
But
one
when
wife.
the abuse started to become physical, Yaya wanted no parts of Melanation anymore. The last time things got physical, BP witnessed it.
He slapped her up and punched her a couple of times, and then he told her to go.
And I think, obviously, y'all kind of can see it. BP probably a lesbian. You know, there's a couple lesbians there. There was another one too, the Harvard Sikasi. That's her name. I forgot her name. There's so many. It's so much shit to remember, y'all. You just had to be there. BP used to cook. You know, she was the chef, and she played music and stuff like that. She sang, you know, and yeah, she left with Yaya. You know, so Yaya was like a 2-for-1 thing, and NatureBoy was upset about that. He stopped playing my videos and other people's videos that he was stealing from, because he stole from BP too, and the Harvard. You know, he stopped playing our videos in front of them and stuff like that, and then start hosting classes and stuff. Remember, I was telling y'all, and I didn't know this was happening. Y'all actually brought this back to my attention because it actually came up when I was telling y'all about the theory, and NatureBoy, you know, he stole a lot of game from your boy. I wasn't gonna go after him at first, you know, even though he had a problem with one of the women that I know. I wasn't gonna go after him, or one of the women that I know had a problem with him. I wasn't gonna go after him until he started stealing. You know, that kind of that was the part that triggered me. And I'm like, damn, you know, if we're reflection this and reflection that and brother this and brother that, you know what I'm saying? You can at least give me credit, because nobody was saying what I was saying at all. And I know why I was saying what I was saying. I had a specific reason. So when people bite me, I'm already 10 steps ahead of them when it comes to why I'm saying what I'm saying. So, and y'all know I have a way with words in a weird way. You know, y'all know what sounds like me and what doesn't sound like me. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's beyond why. You know, it's like, damn. You know. But now that the internet has acclimated and matured, and, you know, people like myself and other people in the space help push the culture forward, you realize that, oh, okay, what these people are doing is they're speaking as an authority on something that they don't know. They're just repeating other people, and they don't know. And that leads people astray. But the thing is that when you call it out, especially nowadays, don't nobody care. They just, oh, well, I'm just going to get the information. And they're like, but you're just clamoring for any information. You're not clamoring for right information. And then when you go fuck yourself up, now all of a sudden, oh, these people ain't shit. The red pill ain't shit. The red pill ain't shit. The red pill did this. The red pill did that. And it's like, nigga, you was never red pill to begin with. You grandstand like you were, because you were doing the same thing. You positioned yourself as the authority, but you didn't know what you were talking about. And that's kind of why, we might go back to it, but that's kind of why I just dumped off of the Jaguar Wright episode. It's like, I get to do that because guess what? The news that she got to bring to you might be new, but ain't nothing new to me. You know, maybe little details, but it's like, all right, y'all hit the like button to support the show, y'all. Damn. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Let me find out.
In the tent and give him oral sex. So that was the breaking point for me.
BP and Yaya were.
He didn't want it from you. And I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna say because I want to be respectful and BP cool. You know. Enjoy your freedom.
Both leave together. Yaya will go back to her hometown of New Orleans, and BP will go back to Georgia. It wouldn't be long before NatureBoy would have another wife join. He would name her Pocahontas.
See, but by the time we saved Yaya, we couldn't even celebrate because guess what? By the time one girl was leaving, 2 more were coming. Nigga, saving American black women started becoming a full-time job. By the time we start, when we rescued 3 women, 4 more will come. And this was way before. This was way before world news even picked this up. This was way before the T, respectfully. This is way before all of these people got involved into this shit. We were like, oh, we need to fix this before it gets bigger. We couldn't. Me, Digital Pit Boss, and Black Ink had a big talk about this shit. And like, man, imagine when the niggas find out about this. And when they did, we were pushed out. Oh, I'm covering it. Oh, day-to-day coverage of it. And oh, I'm the then they started grandstanding. Oh, I need my credit. I was the first one here. And you go around the space now, you say, oh, we were here from the beginning. I don't even fucking know half these people. When you in a place where it's niche, you can recognize certain people. Like, I'll go to a channel and I'll be like, okay, I know this person, you know, from the chat. Okay, I know this person. Yeah, this person been around. Not saying that it legitimizes the other person, but it's like, okay, if there's some manosphere people there, then, you know. You said, why was you trying to rescue them? Well, I ended up rescuing some of them, you know. You know, I was really trying to get my point across on it. I ended up saving a bitch or two. New. All right, y'all hit the like button to support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Support good content. Support is pinned to the top of the chat. Let's go.
Although NatureBoy was unwavering when it came to all of his wives, Graham was discouraged for any of them to have kids.
You couldn't have children as a woman. If you had a child, it was a curse from God. It was your karma.
In Melanation, he believed that the black woman was God, you know, the archetype, and that when you are of a high frequency, when you're God, there's no need to procreate.
So on this frequency, right, if we're not supposed to be reproducing, because he said
that wasn't it. We got him to admit that wasn't it. We got him to admit that, you know, because I brought it up and I asked Black Ink to tell him about it, because if I got on that panel, me and him was gonna argue. You know, that's just how that was just my relationship with NatureBoy. We argued about some shit, you know, because I would corner him. But yeah, after a while that ended up happening, because they ended up cursing us out, you know. But anyway, he had to tell the women that because he wanted to have a bunch of sex. He wanted to have all, you know, natural sex and stuff there too, which there's a lot against that too, but they didn't want kids out there because you're in nature. You know, what happens when y'all have a baby, y'all? What happens when y'all have a baby? The baby needs shots. You know, I talked about this more than 10 years ago. What happens if the baby needs to go to the hospital? You know, what are you going to use to cut the umbilical cord? You know, is the baby going to be on papers? You know, does the baby get a social security card? You're in another country. Are you using the baby as an anchor baby to gain citizenship? You know, and then at this point, they were still getting, you know, moving around and you know, so it is a lot.
Supposed to be reproducing, then still, why do you need all these wives? Why? I don't understand it.
Despite NatureBoy's strong opposition to women in the group having kids, Pocahontas would get pregnant by him just a few months after joining.
And when she got pregnant, he was like,
and listen, Eliana, the EJ girl, the one that's running around, she saw this and still did it. And I think Pocahontas had a baby girl. All right.
Magically, like, oh, we need to have kids, you know, and then he started pushing that. So, like, certain things just started changing over time.
It was around this time that Nature Boy would have the internet in a frenzy for a statement he made regarding his son.
You know why I don't let kids around me, other people kids around me? Because the way I am. See me, I like to be naked. Let me tell you a little son about Nature Boy. See me, I'm a real human.
All right, now this is the part that this is the part. Pay attention. I'm gonna show y'all something real pivotal that nobody else will show you. That is an exclusive. All right, y'all support the show. Act like y'all know, man. I'm giving y'all an exclusive. You can go watch that goofy ass Hulu documentary right after this show, and you'll be like, "Damn, Kuda, you filled in some major gaps. This was not in that show." Hulu don't know what the hell they talking about. Pay attention.
See my kids.
I know where all the skeletons at.
When I see my son, this is how I treat my son. We naked together. My son started being ashamed of his body.
Now there was some context before he got into this, but it was still wild hearing this shit. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm definitely not going up on that panel. Nope. Because I would have been the only one that would have been able to go up on that panel. Because the only people that would have been let up there, I was the only person that would have been let up there. You know, Digital Pit Boss and Black Ink would have let me up there because literally we were the trio. I was supposed to be in part 3 before he declined. This is in part 2. It took us 2 hours damn near to get this information out of him and his story, because nobody really cared about him. And it was sad because, you know, we had a game plan. You know, Black Ink, you know, did an amazing job. Nobody knew about him or this. We brought this to light. Black Ink, after a while, Black Ink was like, damn. Damn. Well, shit. Now, he was talking about being natural.
And I seen it happen.
He's quote unquote Nature Boy. And he was saying that, you know, he wants everything to be natural. You know, he was talking about the world and how things are being tampered with. You know, obviously around this time, even myself and anybody, you know, we're talking about healing herbs, starting a garden. I'm going to get y'all into Fundy Fee. She was around, starting a garden and stuff like that. You know, we're going to have to start, you know, growing our food. Same stuff today that's applicable. You know, GMO is taking over. GMO is a big thing. You know, McDonald's said, fuck it. It's mystery meat. What y'all going to do about it? You still going to eat these damn Big Macs? And there's human meat in it too. So, you've ate another person before. You absolutely ate another person before. If there's fecal matter all over your phones, who are you to think you haven't ate a human before? Now, I got to say this before I draw the point on, because I know War Master's going to say I eat weird shit, and it's true. And I do. But you don't personally go up, hey, beef, are you 100% cow? Y'all are even mixing beefs. You know, you'll get something that's beef, and it's like 2 different cows. Like, you're even mixing genetics. What we call gravy is not gravy, it's actually pus. All right, y'all support the stream. I'm giving y'all some real good information, man. Exclusive. Exclusives, let's go.
I didn't want that to happen. They made him ashamed of his body. They showed him that he was naked. I did not want him to know he was naked. I said, son, look here. I didn't even want him to be in a world where he knew he was naked. I wanted my son to be so pure that he never knew he was naked.
Now, this is how you know they're following Peter Pan, and we've talked about this in grave detail. Myself, Black Ink, and Digital Pit Boss, because we were all stunned for different reasons after this went off. Like, what the fuck did we just do? This is why he declined the part 3. This is part 2. Now, he wanted his son to not feel the way that he felt, being an orphan. I'm not trying to defend him, okay, and say he didn't say what he said. But I need y'all to understand that it's a lore. There's more to what he's saying and why he's saying it. And it did get taken out of context and misconstrued. That's why he was actually kind of mad, because to a certain degree, Black Ink got him to be vulnerable. And when he opened up and he was vulnerable, because people was like, okay, why? Okay, this is a cult. Like, we want to, at least talk to you, and get, not even, let some people go home, or, kind of, slow down or stop some of the stuff that you were going into, because, we actually look past the antics. I was doing the Lord's work. Still am. If you can kindly support the show, guys. I'm telling you, we looked past the antics and really tried to get to the bottom of this before it blew up. This is right before it blew up. Black people were unaware. Niggas didn't know what the hell was going on, or what half this shit was about. And half these people that you see, they weren't even around. This is the part where I'm like, okay, let me check out, because now it's a shit show. But we were trying to get to the bottom of it. And, he was telling us about, he was revealing information to us. He even said that he was gay here. Ain't got it up out of him. So NatureBoy, you gotta, he remind me of 4 extras, which is funny. But in NatureBoy, you kind of have to trap him before he like, okay, all right, y'all got me. He's one of them cats. Or he'll tell you the truth the whole time, but he'll frame it as something else. But this was a crazy journey. Black Ink, when he got the information about him, it was like, dang, we finally got him to open up, and then boom, he canceled, because it was supposed to build off of this, and then he's like, dang, this wasn't even received well. He went into detail and it got chopped up, and and it's like, this is why, and listen, because in this moment I actually did feel bad for him, because I'm like, yeah, this is why. This is exactly, people tell you to talk, people tell you to, hey, open up, and that's not, you can't, so NatureBoy, the Peter Pan syndrome, NatureBoy was trapped by NatureBoy. I'm pretty sure he was molested or something happened to him, just like a lot of men in this space that can't speak. And all I'm telling you, I'm like, bro, I understand. I'm not gonna, we laugh about a lot of stuff, but it's to stop from crying. I'm not gonna hold it against you. There's a lot of young brothers in this space that's been tampered with. And growing into your manhood, you realize, like, shit, how am I supposed to feel about that? You know, what am I supposed to do? You know, dudes are like, oh, that's a part of your manhood. Yeah, but sequence, you know, order. How are you a man that's growing up and understanding order? And you're, especially when you're a black man, you learn not to be reckless. You know where you go if you're reckless. You can't really express yourself. You go to jail when you express yourself, black man. You know? Or am I getting too deep? Or will this be used against me? Why even speak on it? You know? You go to jail. You go where NatureBoy has been. Jail. You know? You get laughed at. You get to, oh, you scared of some pussy, huh? You scared of pussy? You scared of some pussy? What's that movie with Eddie Murphy where he's sitting down with the black girl and she's like, how are you going to turn down this pussy? me and my brother Kyle, man, we laugh at that shit. She's like, pussy, 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 pussy. Party, where you at? What do these girls rap about? My pussy, my pussy, my pussy. You know? How you supposed to grow up? And then God forbid if you have a black mother and you tell her. Can you tell her? Shit. You know? So there's a lot of men that are victims running around here. You don't need somebody to uncover the snow and be like, hey, I know this happened to you. Sometimes you just need somebody to be like, yo, you know, you are loved, you know. Don't off yourself, you know. You'll make a lot of people sad, even though you feel that a lot of people don't care about you now while you living. You know. That's not the, you know, that's not a way to get love. You won't even be here to feel the love that you feel that you're not feeling now, so it makes no sense. You know. I've saved a couple of women from suicide too. Fuck, I said the word. Damn. Oh man, please support the show. Please support the show. Please support the show because now I'm gonna have an issue with YouTube. But it's even crazy that you can't even tell the truth that you've saved people from this thing. Because it seems like a good idea in the moment. You know, it seems like a good idea in the moment. It seems like, you know, like, bro, like, what is the point? You know, what are we doing? You know, why am I even here? You know, logically, it's like, I don't even understand why I'm here. Like, you know, you feel like you're wasting your time. You feel like, you know, shit ain't never gonna happen. You know, you feel like the world is on your shoulders. You don't got nobody to talk to. Nobody gonna listen to you. Nobody gonna believe you anyway. Nobody cares. You know. And some of you guys, like I said, some guys, you know, they're into family. They're into all different types of things. Some of these guys, you know, it's going to be hard for them to learn to be alone. Some of these guys are like, why do I got to be alone? You know, some of these guys are like, I'm amazing people. I like me. What's wrong with me? You know, they don't have no real friends in their life. This is why these shows are so important. This is why I asked you guys to support the show. Because even by proxy, you know, you save another. You know, there's words that I have to speak some days. And I'm like, well, I don't know why I'm doing this, but let me do it. And then people will be like, damn, I'm glad you talked about this and said this and went in to full details because, you know, I feel you talking to me, you know. Hey, I just had to come out the clouds and say, yo, you know, or hit you on the back end and be like, yo, you know, thank you, bro. You said something today that made me really think like, damn, you know, I have value. you know, and it wasn't no, oh, just do this and believe in yourself, you know. I wasn't selling you the Santa Claus effect. I wasn't pulling you on a Peter Pan mission. I was just simply explaining things that have occurred in your life that you may wrestle with, you know, or it's hard for you to reconcile, or there's things in mindsets and ideas that you took as law in your life into your adulthood, and you still believe in it because it was real to you, and only you know what you've been through and what you've experienced and how it made you feel and who was there and who wasn't there. And sometimes you need somebody to tell you, well, listen, you know, I'm not going to deny your experience. You're obligated to, good, bad, right, or wrong, you're obligated to feel how you feel. You know, I'm just here to enlighten you and say, hey, you know, brother, you were 7 when you went through this, or you were this age when you went through this. You know, are you looking at this thing in a you know, in a way that an adult would have to look at it? You know, like as a young man, if you get if something happened to you, whether it's a cable man or your babysitter or some woman that you know, shit, I'm not even gonna hold you. I know it's fucked up to say, but it's like, shit, at least you lucky it's a woman. But when you think about it, bro, women can do some horrendous things to these little boys. Horrendous things happen to these little boys. And they can't talk to nobody. And they will 1,000% get laughed at. And then the fucked up part about it, that I know this for a fact, is that the people that actually been through some shit, who you gonna go to? Who you gonna talk to? You know, it's a luxury to be understood, much less talk to somebody that's not gonna hold something against you that you couldn't control. You know? And then you know, you go through the same motions, you know. That's why I can only imagine, you know, what goes through a woman's mind, because your body is sending you sometimes a positive signal, and you know something is wrong, but you can't quite put your, you know, you can't quite put your finger on it. You can't quite put your finger on it. How could you? You were a kid. If you wanted to preserve whatever childhood that you have left, you know, be my guest. Yes, you're a kid. You're not supposed to know if something's wrong in that situation. That's the whole fucked upness about it. Somebody will take advantage of that. And then imagine getting told that you're wrong when you do the right thing. You live in a world of you know, of things being opposite at that point. How do you grasp that? And I get it, some kids have to grow up fast, but this is the thing. Everything that I'm telling you, and it seems crazy now because you're in possession of power, which is the internet. Everything that I'm telling you is things that adults have to worry about and process in an adult world. And when you bring certain situations to an adult, when you go through that, even as an adult, you'll be surprised how many people can't process it. But people will tell you, hey, I'm a victim, or nobody cares about me, or nobody knows about me. Most of the people that actually went through some shit, and I know this for a Fendi fact, they don't respond the way people that didn't go through shit but want to be a victim responds. Most of the people that spoke up, they were never victims. You know, I was going to do a little bit of another topic today about the Stephon Diggs situation. Because if you know one as a man that goes around and sleep with everybody or sleep with anybody, look how bad you can look in court, and people will have to go out of their way to be decent people, to be like, okay, this woman is lying. And that means a woman gets a free shot at you every single time, and nothing will happen to her. What's the incentive for her to tell the truth when nothing gonna happen? And they probably were sleeping with each other. That's the crazy part. You my chef and you look like that? You know, after a while, you know, feed me. I'll give you 10 grand. I'll give you 10 grand. Now make the airplane noise and make the train noise. And do double circles. 10 grand. Let me stop. Oh man, shout outs to man. And I gave you a shout out in the last show. Shout outs to LT man. I think LT man. Shout outs to LT man. Always in the building. Dropping the huge. $10 on the Cash App, and as always, LT Man said, thank you for supporting Hemp for Fitness. I was going to parlay, and I still am going to parlay today's show into that because I'm telling you guys, NatureBoy and even Yada, you know, they've gone on record to say that their way is the right way, that they're better than Dr. Sebi, right? And Dr. Sebi was still a work in progress also. You know, you ain't always right. You know, Dr. Sebi was still building. Now, a lot of the stuff, and we can go into the Dr. Sebi lore, but I will have to talk to you guys about diet and discipline about that first, you know. I will have to talk to you guys about diet and discipline first before you can get to the Dr. Sebi lore, because listen, there's so much stuff out here that you definitely have to be educated on. I had to be educated on. You understand what I'm saying? Like bananas in the West, those aren't real. The real bananas that you can find in the West are burro bananas. Lemons, they're not real. You heard me? Lemons, they're not real. Tomatoes in the West, they're not real. Grapefruits and stuff, they're not that big. They're not real neither. The real one's called a pomelo. Burro bananas are the real ones. You have red bananas. Did y'all know that? You have red bananas. Grapes, not real. Grapes have seeds that you can eat too. Watermelon, a lot of it, not real. Genetics, seedless. So there's a conversation that had to be had before this conversation is had. But to tell you the truth, we had this conversation so many times. You know what is real? The products over at hempforfitness.com. That's why I promote hempforfitness.com. You know? Natural stuff. Quote unquote. The healing of a goddamn nation. You know? The healing of a goddamn nation. So that's why a lot of these women out there and people out there, they left, because a lot of them had STDs. It's a part of sex. You know, all of the stuff I'm telling y'all is tying back into where we're getting to. You know, NatureBoy allegedly had a bunch of STDs and stuff like that. And guess what? If you have an STD, people are going to laugh at you. When in a lot of cases, sometimes you need people to tell you the real things. You got to change your diet. You have to work out. You have to do what Dr. Sebi was talking about, you know. You have to take the intercellular approach. Disease cannot live in an alkaline body. Take that ass over to hempforfitness.com. Shit, I don't understand. People are like, well, why these people leave and why these people do that? Yeah, some nigga in the forest eating a natural mango off the tree that wasn't GMO, wasn't processed. You know, you got to fast every once in a while. How much times LT Man and me fasting? His name is Fasting. How much times we talked about this? OGJ Speed. And we were putting this information out during COVID. Do you know what Bardock is? Do you know what Yellow Dock is? Do you know what Veverin is? Do you know what Sarsaparilla is? Do you know what Yucca is? Do you know what, even in the meals, do you know what curcumin is? Can you name 4 anti-inflammatories? Cauliflower, not real. Broccoli, not real. It's just food-colored cauliflower. The body is amazing because, honestly, some of the stuff we've been through, I was just laughing with Dusty about the 4 Locos and stuff like that. Some of the stuff we put our body through, and some of the stuff, like, God forgives you 1,000,000 times before you can recognize one. Real talk. Because you have no earthly idea some of the stuff that we put our body through and stuff that we occur and we put in our body daily. You don't have to think about growing your hair. It naturally grows. You know, your nails and everything. A lot of people, man, a diet to them is a job. So like I said, if you're getting into the gym makes no sense going, especially if you want gains, if you're not eating correctly and sleeping correctly. If you go over to hempforfitness.com, listen, you're hitting you regulate one, so goes the other one. It is not a gimmick. It is not just a way to sell anything or anything like that. What I'm telling you is something like, imagine somebody telling you to care about yourself in a space where guys that never got told to care about themselves, that wanted to get told to care about themselves, Imagine coming here and somebody's like, yo, care about yourself, bro. Skip the McDonald's this week. Go get you a fucking milkshake. I said a milkshake. I said the most worst thing ever. Because milk is pus from the cow. Go get you a fucking smoothie. You know, go learn about the 2 different types of mangoes. You got champagne mangoes. You got, go, get some avocados and stuff like that. Now, don't do it to the point that NatureBoy tell you to do it, because you're going to die. You know? Cleanse yourself. You don't got to take no big supplement, you know? I mean, if you don't want to take what they have over at Hemp for Fitness, then go. Watermelon is good. And another thing, eat the seed from the watermelon. Pumpkin seeds. There's so many different things. And what fucks a lot of people up too, that a lot of people don't understand, is that we pay for the poison. In many different ways. Shout outs to LT Man in the chat. Hold on. Shout outs to LT Man.
Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic liquor store in Queens, where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all! More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic liquor store in Queens, where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all! There's poor people around! With your broke ass.
Shout outs to LT Man. Shout outs to everybody that supports real deal Holyfield content. All right. If y'all are like, Kuda, what are you talking about? What is hempforfitness.com? I'm glad you asked. Okay. I'm put a QR code up on the screen, and you guys need to hit this QR code. It'll be in the chat too. All right. And I need you guys to also go check out some of these products that are going to be in the chat. All right. So continue to watch the show and continue to help us grow. Okay. And let me tell you something too. If you see it on the TV in America, somebody had, especially if it's something good, because I saw they, and that was a money grab too, that they started promoting pomegranate. But if you see it on the TV in America, best believe it's damn near not good for you. And it's the same thing too. If you smoke, you take your ass over to hempforfitness.com. I'm telling you. Sometimes you might not need to smoke. Give your lungs a break. But I'm gonna tell you this. And LT man and anybody else that you see, that promote health and wealth, they cut stuff. You know what I'm saying? They cut stuff. Oh yeah, the government. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. Kamala wants to sell y'all weed. Funny enough, she locked people up for it. But it got something in it. Fentanyl, all kinds of different shit. You can't even smoke the weed and chill. You're not supposed to be a crackhead. You're not supposed to be irritable. Weed doesn't, real weed doesn't make you skinny like that. You get the munchies and eat. Heart beating fast and shit. LT Man said a lot of people have a misconception of hemp. When you pull out the molecule, they are left with over 250 cannabinoids. Real talk. Real talk. Like there's like 400 something more chemicals in just weed alone that you don't need. That you're lighting on fire and inviting into your lungs. Yeah, but see, they're not trying to think about all of that. They're not breaking it down like how you're breaking it down. You dig? And they, people are just trying to get high, and that's the type of escapism, same thing, I'm just giving y'all some game. It's like, people like, well, how could people listen to NatureBoy and jump on a plane and go out there and how couldn't they? So there's so much stuff that NatureBoy did say. Escaping Babylon. Just the diet alone. You go to Chipotle, you can get E. coli poisoning. You eat salads now, you can get E. coli poisoning. The salads ain't even safe. You got to look out for arugula, baby spinach. You got to look out for all of that shit. Some of y'all be shaking up y'all salads. Okay. Some of that salad, if you don't know, you shaking up your salad. And once you eat it, that shit about to shake your ass up. Let me ask y'all a question, because we can talk about it now, but you would have got kicked off because I had before. Why, when everybody had COVID, during the COVID season, why was America the only ones panicking? Have y'all wondered that? It's supposed to come from a lab in China or whatever. Cool. Let's say you believe that, right? And let's say it's true, because I've even showed y'all articles and stuff on it. Everything's up for interpretation versus what whichever one you come back with, right? But it's like, why when everybody had COVID and stuff was getting locked down to a certain degree, why were Americans panicking the way they were more than anybody else? Well, I can give you a couple of reasons. That's where I made my bones, number one. And number two, you know, the rich man and the poor man is on the same playing field when it comes to diseases. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, you can buy a cure or whatever you think you're buying, but you know, the rich man and the poor man, your money can't save you. You know, especially with something that's airborne like that. You know, your money can't save you. The area you in can't save you. Your world is affected, infected. You'll perish likewise the fool. You understand what I'm saying? Your smarts don't, you know, being exposed to it. Smarts don't, you know. Even in the Caribbean, we know, you know, to a certain degree, we know where to go. My girlfriend at the time, I told her, man, you know, because she was trying to fucking Uber Eats me food and Grubhub me food and stuff like that while she was at work. And I'm like, listen, you know, I said, damn, you know, and I couldn't eat too when I caught COVID, you know, and I was in pain because I had gotten into a car accident. So I couldn't even take the medicine they wanted me to take because COVID made it worse. And, you know, I was joking with my girl. I'm like, damn, being with you, I'm finna croak, you know, because I passed away a couple of times, you know, fighting COVID. You know, no joke. I thought it was, you know, I used to laugh at it. I thought it was a game until it started playing with me. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I thought it was a game. I couldn't even go live. I did go live a couple of times, you know, but it was 2, 3, 4, 5 full days where I was, you know, and I couldn't eat. Can't taste anything. I had to drink smoothies and stuff. That's the only thing I could do. Mango smoothies and green smoothies and stuff like that. Fruits saved me, you know. My mother even sent me some food, but she couldn't really do much because she wasn't trying to catch that shit. And then it's even bad because the Uber Eats person, guess what? They're going around from door to door, so they're exposed to COVID. You damn near probably caught COVID from them. If you ever think about it. You know? And that's when the gig economy was booming. But I saw a bunch of white people driving Uber. I said, oh, damn. Oh, damn. Now, I'm an old nigga, so I can't really make a Miss Daisy joke. But, and if you a millennial enough, and, you know, especially Gen X, y'all know about driving Miss Daisy. I'm like, damn, this, damn, Daisy wouldn't expect this. Like, I went to work, start doing everybody's job. I said, damn, man. A white man drove me to work today. And he was cool. You did? But you got to know what to do, you know? And someone said, because we know most Americans don't live a healthy lifestyle. Bingo. Right. And then how many of y'all was paying for insurance and your insurance dropped you or damn near didn't help you while you damn near was on your deathbed fighting COVID? Celebrities, even Fred the Godson. You know, fat people was dropping left and right with COVID. Bro, listen. I probably caught the Tetra or the Delta. I don't know what the hell I caught, but I felt that ice shit in my lungs. COVID does damage to your lungs. You know, and all when I was telling y'all to be safe, you know, I was fucked up in the game. You know, and this is why I tell you guys to go to hempforfitness.com, because whatever you stick in your mouth, pause, you are the greatest insurance that ever lived. Real talk. You know, my mother taught me, she sold insurance. She sold life insurance. And she was telling me, she was like, you know, she said, Kuda, hey, look, you know, insurance is one of those things that people need and they can't touch, see, hear, or smell. And you got to sell that to them. I mean, well, she wanted me to sell it to them, but, you know, she was just telling me about, like, you know, how to sell. And she wanted to pass on the business to me. You know, she had a whole book and everything, you know. She didn't really need to be have an office unless, you know, he's selling car insurance and stuff, you know, State Farm or something like that. But she's a broker. And, you know, woman of many hats. Let's just say that. And, you know, she gave me the game on it, you know. I mean, insurance is a big scam, a lot of it. You know, of course, it turned into a scam. But you got to, you know, you got to be comfortable talking to people about stuff they're not comfortable with. You know, one day you're going to expire. You know, the most horrible death possible is promised to even a little innocent baby. You hear about babies getting hit with AKs and guns and all kinds of stuff, taking military rounds and all kinds of shit. You know, the world that we live in today is fucked up. You know, so people are a poem. They're a product of their environment. You know, they're a product of their environment. It ain't no stopping it in a lot of cases. And this is how you get a nature boy. You know, this is how you get a nature boy. Somebody that'll run further left. And it's like, what is this person running from? I don't know. He don't know. You know, you'll run from something and don't know what you're running from. And it's like, I don't give a damn. I just know where I don't want to be. And we'll find out when we get there. I'll handle it when I get there. You know? And first of all, who's to say I'm running? And second of all, questions like that can prompt other people to say, why aren't you running? You know, I give y'all the game and tell y'all the story about, you know, the dog, you know, that's sitting on the porch, an old rusty porch, with his old owners in the rocking chair. And the guy that moved to the new neighborhood, and he's walking on the way to work. And every time he walks on the way to work, he hears this dog on this porch howling. And he says, man, that dog be on that porch howling. I see it almost every day on the way to work. I'm going to ask them one day, you know, why is this dog howling? What's wrong with this dog? You know, they say hi to me. They're my neighbors. They'll be able to tell me why this dog is howling every time I'm walking past them, because I get it if the dog barks at me, but this dog sounds like it's in pain. So one day he wake up extra early, went and talked to the old couple, and the dog was there howling again. And he says, you know, what's wrong with that dog? You know, is your dog okay? Why is he howling? Every time I'm on the way to work, this dog is out here howling. Why is he howling? And the old woman decently answered him and says, oh, he's howling because he's sitting here with us on this old porch, and there's nails where he's at. He has a nail in his paw. And the guy said, well, doesn't that hurt? Like if something is paining you or you know, putting you in pain, and you go as far as to acknowledge it by yelping in pain and howling, you know, why don't you just move? And the lady said, that's a profound thought. She said, when people are actually really in pain, you know, they move. You know, your body will tell you you're in pain. But the funny thing is that you have to consciously move if that's what you're really in, if it's bothering you that bad. So maybe, yeah, he might be in pain, but it's not bothering him as bad enough to say, let me move or let me stop or bring an end to it. Even animals, you know, stop and assess the amount of pain that they're in, and they remedy it. You know, they sort it out. So that man learned the lesson, you know, and it kind of reinforced what he did. You know, there's a whole story behind how he moved to a new neighborhood, you know, so he could look back and say, damn, did I make the right decision? Because I wouldn't be here to learn this lesson, you know. Now, speaking of pain, please support the show, because I hope what I'm saying is not in vain. I hope, you know, you guys are picking up the bits and pieces of game that I'm trying to, you know, give you guys under the guise of entertainment in the show. You know, you got to put the medicine in the food, so to say. You know, got to put the medicine in the food. You know, God works in mysterious ways. Like I said, everybody talks about karma, but nobody talks about dharma. You know, your life path. There's things that you need to do, and things that, you know, that's calling out to you. And for 1 second, when you stop thinking about yourself, you realize, damn, God needed to place me here because somebody needed to hear something. You know, somebody needed to hear something. As mundane as it may sound to others, somebody heard something they needed to hear today. Whether it's just to get on with their day, whether it's something that they can revisit back in life, or whether it's something that, you know, they may be able to sit on for a while, for a couple of years. Mental chewing gum. Sometimes there's a lot of things in our life that we've been told a billion times, and you needed somebody else unattached from the situation, that couldn't be attached to the situation, that has no incentive to tell you this, or not even if they have an incentive to tell you this, they're not, you know, if you believe that, they're not close to the epicenter as to where you were told this and you didn't believe them, or you said, yeah, you brushed it off, you know. And information that you brushed off may catch up with you later and be very valuable, you know. And in the West, you know, there's a lot of things that we tend to take for granted. And sometimes it's not even personal, you know. So shout outs to the young men that, you know, are in the space that, you know, can't really speak up. You know, I'll be a bit of a conduit, you know, to you know, what you got going on. You don't need to say it, you know, but you'll be acknowledged, you know. Now just make sure I'm not saying what I'm saying in vain. You know, I would love my flowers while I'm here. You know, but it is what it is. The reason why I went down this lore and I went down this whole rabbit hole is because the NatureBoy story, being there from the beginning and being instrumental in it, and came out on the end, however it ended, you know, taught me a lot. You know, and in America, people want out. They want to escape. Drugs is a quick vacation till you wake up the next day and be like, damn, I got to do this again. Damn. You see, the habit goes both ways, man. You know, are you doing drugs because you're depressed, or are you depressed because you're doing drugs? People will make you feel bad about weed. Could weed be a drug? It might be. These days. Even if you're facing addiction, I'll tell you this too. You can, and this is not a plug, but this is to help you. Go get Isaiah Rashad's new album. You know what I'm saying? That will fucking help you. If you, and I know people gonna be like, oh, wasn't he the guy that? Listen, go get his album. He's very special. Just the stuff that he does with words and stuff like that, and just like if you ever lived and been through something, man, go get that man album, because but you might not be ready for it. I've been listening to Zaywap for years, but you might not be ready for it if you don't know his story. It'll fuck you up. It will fuck you up. Listening to some of these words, it's like, damn. And it's not a pity party. Some people battle with sobriety, and shout outs to this brother. Actually, his video just came up while I was looking back into this NatureBoy shit. I mean, but it don't take drugs for you to fuck your life up and stuff like that, to tell you the truth. But he was talking about, quitting cigarettes and stuff like that. And it's like, you can quit, but it's not permanent. You can quit and how it's not permanent. But if you ever quit something, or you've when I try to tell y'all some real shit, you see what happens? See what happens? Bad enough is hard to get the type of support that we need. But when I take the time to talk to y'all about some real shit, YouTube, hey, this is not by accident. But you know what? Bless the man that take the time out of his day to help you on your way. You dig? Look out for the cookout. Check it, because I got a book out. All right, it's Player Talk Radio. And someone said I had to avoid catching it until I was held to an ultimatum to take the shot. Oh, see, yeah. And that's another thing. People were forced to take the shot in the booster, and then you had the booster to the booster, and then you had the booster to the booster to the booster to the booster, and then you realized you were getting boosted, and then you realize that when they give you a shot of something, they're exposing you to COVID when you probably wasn't going to get exposed to it. There were some people that worked honest jobs and they wasn't going to get exposed to it. I was an essential worker, so I knew I was going to get exposed to it. And then I don't get sick until late. I'll go the whole winter and not get sick. And then summer, like spring or summertime, one day my goofy ass will dress down or something will happen. And then boom, there it goes. Sometimes I get sick once every 2 years, but then it's really bad or whatever. But I usually don't get sick, because I eat right to a certain degree. Now, Warm Ass are going to say I eat weird shit, and I do. That's not off the table, but, is what it is, But like I said, I was telling my girl at the time, I was like, I'm gonna, your lady's supposed to be able to take care of you. When you sick, fellas, she don't got to go to McDonald's or Grubhub or wherever the hell they go. She can go to the market. Women used to be instinctive about that shit. Know what berries to pick and shit. Antioxidants and all that other stuff. You deal with these women nowadays, boy. Whoo-wee. Especially if they a millennial. See, Gen X, y'all kind of got a little bit of leeway. Y'all ladies, y'all played with fucking easy bake ovens and shit. Y'all actually passed around recipes and shit. And usually as a man, if I get sick, especially if I'm by myself, we know how to, y'all are men. We know how to fucking go sit down or get our vitamins and stuff like that. Men are nurturers too. We're not clueless, but You dig? I didn't have the strength to cook shit. You know, I would get cooked if I tried to cook anything at that stage. You know. But getting back into it with NatureBoy, you know, he's a troubled soul. Hurt people. You know, I don't fault him. You know, at some point he did have a message. You know, half truths are way more dangerous than full truths. You know, half truths are way more dangerous than full truth because they could play into what you know. What do you know? You know, Kuda, why are you telling me to go to hemp for fitness? Why are you telling us to eat clean or take care of ourselves? It's like, how do you know if you're receiving good information? To understand the gravity of the value that I've been given this whole time. Why would I still talk to people that don't know the game about game? Because maybe you might go through something and feel the same. But the people that got game, they like, oh, he not lying. You know, he giving you the answer to the you know. But some people, they gotta get hit in the head. You know, some people, it gotta hit them upside the head before they learn. You know, some people gotta amputate a finger to save their hand. You know. If you don't know what that means, that's that gangrene. Shout outs to Rocco. You know? So in this fucked up rant that NatureBoy went through that we uncovered, because y'all wouldn't know, y'all wouldn't have this material if it wasn't for us. In this fucked up rant that we uncovered, me, Digital Pit Boss, and Black Ink, he was talking about how he wanted his child to be pure. And absolutely it's a villain arc. Because villains are justified. You know, that's why they're more relatable when you become an adult. You know, it's like, man, all we want to see is Batman beat up this clown. You know, till Batman start getting his ass beat by a clown and his girlfriend. And, you know, I already gave y'all the Batman analogy. I don't got to pretend I'm deep. I'm actually deep. I already gave y'all the damn Batman analogy. And I was talking about control and chaos. And I told you all about the villains and stuff like that. Like a Joker or a villain, they're actually free enough to unapologetically be them. You don't think Batman feels like the damn Joker at some point? Like, man, fuck these people. I'm gonna save them 1 billion times. And the one time I couldn't save them, now all of a sudden I'm being hunted from the rooftops. Now all of a sudden, man, Batman saved us 1 billion times. But that one time, when he was an actual human being and he was asleep, and the family has the audacity, I mean, you get it, but the family has the audacity to say, you know what, F Batman. Or, you know what, Batman, we know that you're human. You know, you saved us 1 billion times. This one's on us. You know, when it's your time to go, it's your time to go. You got to beg for humility for what you're doing to be understood, right? Don't that sound like it'll turn you into a damn villain? Saving somebody's life and they're ungrateful. And you getting hurt in the middle of it, in the process of it. And you in pain the next day, or you got to hide your wounds so nobody will know it's you. The Joker is the real one. The villain is the real one because they can unapologetically, even right, good, bad, right, or wrong, they can unapologetically be them. And the irony of it, who saves the hero? The villain. The villain saves the hero, honestly. Because I asked y'all, would y'all save somebody that's trying to actively kill you? I'm real deep. This is not a joke. The villain saves the hero. The villain gives the hero something to do. What if I were to tell you that the villain stops the hero from being the villain?
Bust all in there.
Shout outs to Insane One. Vegeta stopped Goku from being the villain. Right?